everyone, and welcome to Plainsguard Company, a Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition actual play live broadcast. I'm DMFSaint, your host. Below me on the screen are all of our wonderful players for this campaign. We'll go around the horn and let them introduce themselves and the characters they're playing, starting on my right, your left, with Chum.
Good evening. I am Chum. I am playing Varys Selvarin, High Elf Warlock. And it's been a while, and I am really looking forward to this. Next, below me is Joe.
Hello, I'm Joe. I'm here as Bree, the Warforged Rogue Fighter, and I am scared. But we're going to do it, and it's going to be great. I don't know what we're going to do, but whatever it is, it's going to be done. Catchy.
I play Delg, the... I forgot what he was. Yeah. He's a cleric fighter. And I think out of everybody here, I think I'm the most ready. But to my other side is Cascade, or Sarah.
Hello, I'm Osarix Franco. I play Cascade Traylon, the Water Genasi Order of the Scribes Wizard. And when we left off, she was experiencing emotional distress, which is uncommon and unusual. So I'm really excited to jump right back into it, passing it over to the sweetest bean that ever was, Ash.
Well, that's a lie, because you are also sweetest bean. We can just be sweet beans together. Also, hi. I'm Ash. I play currently Fettel, the Furbolg Paladin. I love Furbolgs a whole bunch. If you can't tell, they're real cute and fluffy, and they're tall, unlike myself. Anyway, that's me. I'm gonna pass over to Saint.
Hi, I'm DMFSaint. This has been my campaign. We are in Season 3, and there was a bunch of things they could have done, but they passed on, and so now here we are at the end of their journey through Barovia for the second time. For inspiration tonight, would anybody like to explain or describe what happened during our last session a year ago, or however long ago it was?
Not quite a month, to be clear. I'll take a stab at it unless somebody else wants to go for it.
You got it.
All right, awesome. So we woke up after Varys had a crazy, wacky dream in the Blue Water Inn, and we left to the Vistani camp outside of Vallaki, intending to head for the Amber Temple, but we wanted to stop and speak with Casimir, the Dusk Elf, to see what information he might have. When we arrived, Casimir was dying. There was an illness that we couldn't treat or manage, and it was clear that he was not long for this plane. So we asked him some questions. What does he know why we're here? Can he tell us about it? How do we fix what's broken in Barovia? We got a 6th spell book thanks to Delg. He talked a little bit about things like Argensvost and his sister and her relationship with Strahd. He told us about Strahd having a brother, which hinted towards other stuff in the future. And Bree had a recalled memory at the mention of the younger brother, whose name had a son, Todd von Zarevich. It was Strahd's younger brother, Sergei, and Sturm. There it is. And we got some Strahd genealogy. Then we went outside, and a man stepped through the void, and there we got to see the Morning Lord, and that shit was pretty trippy as hell, as the Morning Lord came and took Casimir, because now his watch had ended, and that was dope as hell. But shortly after that, we were in fact attacked by gross illithid beings. During the combat, Cascade received a message that was very disturbing and made her real big sad. Delg came to her aid. Later, they had a conversation where Cascade revealed that that it was her mother that sent the message. Her mother warned her not to look for her, and that it was too dangerous, and mentioned that the person was so very hungry. Later, we were each contacted by an entity that asked us questions as we went around. The voice was lethal and terrifying. We discovered a new Bree memory as we unlocked it, that it was Lisa von Zarevich? Lissa von Zarevich, who is Strahd's niece, if I recall correctly. Or great niece, maybe? And
The daughter of Sturm, right?
Yeah.
the daughter of Sturm, who has been held in a tower and is technically one of Strahd's enemies. And we ended on the cliffhanger of the known allies being the Illithids of Bloodspur, Azalin Rex, Shatterkai Shadow Elves, and Angelo Morningstar. How did you, boss?
I think you got it all. Please take inspiration, unless you want to share with the class what news you got. I don't think you mentioned that. About the information that caused emotional damage.
I mean, we can. Yeah, it was a sending message from her mother, and she knew it was from her mother because of the specific name that was used in the message. I mean, yeah, we'll just read it. Please don't try to find me. You can't let her get to you too. Gods, she's so hungry. I can't take much more. And Cascade sent back a big fuck you to whoever's doing this shit. Here we are.
Awesome. So when we left the party off 10 years ago, they were ascending the mountain up towards where they know the Amber Temple to be, a source of a lot of the evil and corruption that has gone down in this area. The journey there, we are using a combination of two systems, the campfire system and the fellowship system, which we'll get into in detail whenever they come up. However, they had finished the first leg of their journey and had gotten to the top of Selenka Pass. They had just begun to see the kind of stone archway that denoted a very particular part of this pass that leads up the mountain. And in the middle of the archway, they had just begun to see the top of the green flame that flickers within. As you are heading a little bit closer to this part of the mountain, there is a cold blast of wind. It's been getting colder as you came up the mountain. However, this particular blast of wind feels aggressive. And it becomes unrelenting very quickly. And then it begins to snow. And almost immediately grows in intensity until you are all surrounded by a thick snowfall. It seems as though the exact same thing happened on your first journey to the Amber Temple, but this time it seems much worse and much more intense. The fog that's below this pass, as you get to this point, on your left-hand side there's a sheer rock wall that goes up further up the mountain, and there's a path cut into the side of the mountain and a drop-off about 500 feet below to the forest floor. And the fog that has been down there seems to have risen with this storm and is curling itself over the edge of the pathway. Even the fog looks different to you, Varys and Delg, who I believe are the only two people in this group who have been here. The fog looks thicker and more aggressive. If you had to guess, it's probably something along the lines of the fog mixed with the mist. The smoke-like quality of it that is opaque and impossible to see through prevents you from seeing where the edge of the pass starts. and the drop begins. And you can see that, as you had seen on the road before, the tendrils of the mist that seem to be coming out now from it and reaching out to you seem to be almost whipping about in the wind in a very aggressive manner, as if waiting for you to come close enough to grab. You can just see the curtain of green flame that's blocking the entrance along this pass before the blizzard began. And now that the snow has picked up in intensity, you can't see it at all. Even though it's only a couple 100 feet away, and you are almost there. Also, at the same time, it's weird, but if you had to, like, pinpoint exactly what it is you feel, it feels like you're being watched. Like someone or something has its eyes on you. And it feels oppressive and dark. And every step that you take further into this snowdrift, it seems to be getting just a little bit stronger. It feels as if the pass itself or something within it does not want you there. So with your vision completely obscured and only 100 more feet to go and the path getting quite narrow, here's your first challenge, which I'm going to establish, not you. Your sight currently is restricted to 10 feet. You can see vague outlines of things up to 30 feet. You can make a perception check at disadvantage to see what they are specifically. Beyond that 30 feet, you are blind, even you, Varys. The temperature is currently below 0 degrees. I'm assuming you would have put on the winter clothing that you had picked up. If at any point your clothing comes off or becomes damaged, you will be exposed to extreme cold. Every hour you will have to make a DC 10 con save or gain 1 level of exhaustion. So, this is a total party skill challenge. All of you are going to roll on this one. And as this particular leg of the journey is deadly terrain, dangerous weather, and you are currently being hunted, the DC for all of these checks is 20. So you are all going to get to roll whatever skill you want. Individually, please tell me how those skills apply to you getting the last 200 feet under the conditions I described. Anyone can go first.
Deception. I lied to myself that I can see. No, I'm just kidding.
You tell us that it's all going to be okay.
yeah.
I mean, that's a valid response.
Here's my argument. So we're like, clearly this mist is magic. Cascade knows this. We've interacted with it before. There's some magical component of it. And getting the sense that there's like a presence trying to keep us from climbing the mountain. Mm-hmm. I think Cascade would try to watch the mist to determine, and like the storm itself, to determine if it is magic in nature, and is trying to determine if like there's a way to magically combat it, stop it, or if it's not worth trying. Kind of trying to watch the way that this has come in, because I would imagine that like a magical storm would feel and look different than a natural one.
Okay, so it sounds like you're making an argument for an Arcana check.
Sure.
So this relies on your perception of the storm, though, correct?
Yeah, but even like the 10 feet that we can see, I feel like would be adequate, right? Because it's like it's moving around, like we're in it.
Sure. Do you want a higher DC or disadvantage? Because you got one of them.
So-
on Arcana, I roll at advantage. So I leave that
Can we
choice.
just make
up
it a
to
straight
you.
choice then? A straight
Yeah,
roll?
we can just make it a straight roll. I'm fine with that.
Just because, I mean, with the wind and the snow and,
Mhm.
like, how it's, like, coming into your face, it's going to be difficult to kind
Absolutely.
of, like, actually focus.
That's okay with me,
So,
bud.
Cascade's going to roll Arcana. What's everyone else going to do?
I want to put Mistralin on this too because she has blindside out to 10 feet, so
Okay.
she can just do a perception, and she rolls at advantage as well for perception checks that rely on sight or hearing. But she's just our scout. She always has been. So
Okay.
she would kind of get 10 feet beyond the 10 feet that we can see, and
You handle it.
I'll roll for her.
Okay.
Perception. I think Varys is... I think I was driving the cart, right?
Yes.
So I will be looking specifically for the path and hyper-focused on looking down and trying to keep the horses on the path. Leaning for an investigation check for the path.
Still relies on sight, though, so it'll be at disadvantage.
Okay.
Okay, so you're doing investigation. We got Delg, Bree, and Fettle.
Is that investigation or perception?
Investigation, because he's trying to find something specific.
Okay.
I feel like I feel like Bree might actually take a bit of the lead in walking on everything, and because she's of like a little bit sturdier make, she can kind of start the path for everybody. So as she's walking along, she can find which places are good to walk on or not good to walk on, and kind of navigate that. So I'm arguing for athletics in that regard, because this is me like walking along and attempting to navigate the terrain.
So
I have a
athletic-
different idea if that's...
Athletics is strength based, and it's usually things like wrestling or like fighting, like boxing or something like that, if you're not using attacks. So I'm hesitant to say yes to athletics. I could make an argument for acrobatics, because you would have to have dexterity to, like, if you made a false step, correct it quickly. I could make an argument for survival.
How
with
deep
what
is
you're
the
trying
snow?
to do. I mean, it's not deep yet. It's deep enough to, like, that you can see the path, but it's starting to pile up because of how aggressively the snow's coming down. So, I don't know. I mean, athletics is a strength thing, and I'm struggling to see how strength would apply. If you can convince me, I'll let it happen.
He's pulling the cart himself. She.
I mean, actually, that could work. We could do that. Like, you're helping Varys, like, lead the horses with everything you had said. That would work out. We'll do athletics for you.
Yeah, I'm taking that as like, if things are starting to get like treacherous or whatever, and I feel like as I reread it, it is more about climbing, like vertical climbing. I mean, we're climbing, but more of an incline climbing, I guess.
Right.
Um,
So then we got Fettle and Dog left.
Which one is Bree doing? Writing it down.
Bree is
Athletics.
doing athletics.
Okay. I have one. I would like to make the argument for a medicine check based on how cold it is and the kind of speed that you would need in order to not fully exert yourself to the point of exhaustion.
Okay. Yeah. Makes sense.
Tight. Cool.
Last but not least, the one I'm worried about.
Oh, and that's easy because I'm the guy of perception, so I'm just gonna be watching it all. even though it's going to be harder, I feel like Delg has a pretty keen eye.
Cool. So, Delg and Mistral are doing Perception, Cascade, Arcana, Varus Investigation, Bree Athletics, Fettle Medicine. Feel free to roll your dice, and then let me know what you got. Start with Chum and go around the horn that way.
All right. Well, Mistral was a big fat 9.
Okay.
So that's not good. All right.
It's just tiny super
Okay.
dragon,
Okay.
it's okay.
Not good enough, but 19 for Varus.
Okay. Bree?
God damn it! I knew that was gonna happen.
I'm sorry.
16.
I'm sorry. You rolled a 2 and got a 16. Oh my god, you guys are too high.
Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen too. That's my highest thing, and I really wanted to do that or something else, which was my highest roll. And I'm like, I'm just gonna roll a 1 or a 2 anyway. It doesn't matter. Damn it.
All right. Catchy. Mr. Delg.
There it is.
However, this is a site-based thing and it's at disadvantage. Please roll again.
Nat 20.
That's all right. That's all right.
29 still pretty freaking amazing. Hey, Cascade.
So, for the record, I did already roll. It was a 1, but I'm going to use my inspiration to re-roll.
Okay.
There you go.
This is very good.
Oh, so much better. That is a dirty 20.
Okay. And
Skin of our teeth, folks.
and Fettle.
Where are you, medicine? Come on.
Oh
God, it was like right there. It was right there. I'll still take it though.
Since you can't see the screen, Chad, it was on a 20 and then it rolled over and became not a 20. Anyway, so
That was a tease.
yeah, so 21 for Fettle. So the only one of you that failed the roll was Mistral. So I think thematically Mistral got lost in the blizzard for a little bit. Like the wind kept like knocking her around, and it took her a second to like orient back to you. And basically, the images she's been communicating to you are like akin to the interior of a car wash.
Yeah.
Very confusing. Lots of foam, lots of white, just trying to make her way through. But she does make it back to you. And yeah, with the rolls you got, you have no issues whatsoever. Making it the last 1 to 200 feet to the end of the road before Salinka Pass proper. Once you get here, Sarah, since you have not seen this before, on the left is the side view as you're approaching. Right here. I can't see your face. Can you confirm that you've seen that?
Yes.
Thanks.
Can confirm.
So, the shelf of rock that this kind of path you're on is cut out of kind of starts to narrow. And to your left, the cliffs rise. And the right, the ground falls away. But you can't quite see where the edge is still. The mists are still there and oppressive. The storm itself is still pretty powerful. But ahead of you, as it comes into sight and you get close enough, you see this high wall of black stone, the top of which is all lined with spikes. And there are statues on top that have these horned heads, which is interesting because looking forward, you see... you see the wall, and behind you, you can only see 10 feet. But when you look up at the top of this wall that you're at, you can see all the way up, as if the blizzard wasn't there. In front of you, set in the center of the wall, is a closed iron portcullis, behind which burns a floor-to-ceiling, side-to-side curtain of green flame. What would you like to do?
Varys will look at Cascade and we have to dispel that in order to pass through.
You know how much energy it requires?
A medium amount, at least, if I recall correctly. Level 3. Unless something has changed,
Yeah.
which, as we
Don't touch
know,
it.
is possible. Don't touch it.
Yeah, Cascade's gonna hop out of the wagon and move closer to the flames, not touching anything or passing through any entrance, just to try and get a closer look at it.
So there is a portcullis that's there between you and the flames.
Gotcha.
And as you
Yeah.
approach, it raises out of the way.
Okay. She's not gonna move past the portcullis.
Yeah, I forgot it would do that, but now we know.
Cascade just kind of turns and looks over her shoulder for a second. I'm going to. I really want this to work. So, she's gonna put her hand out and cast Dispel Magic on these flames, but she's gonna do it at 5th level.
Okay. So what's the radius on Dispel Magic? Is it 30 feet?
It's 120 feet.
120 feet.
Yeah.
You all watch as Cascade releases this energy, and the curtain of flame just vanishes.
All right,
Yeah.
we should move through while it's down.
Cascade will wait for the cart to come by and climb back
Yep.
up in.
Nudge the cart forward and start moving through.
On your right-hand side, you can see what appears to be a gatehouse. Gatehouse is about 30 feet high. And also at the top, you can see a number of white stone statues that appear to be mighty warriors of some kind. And you can see that they're all looking at you and faced in your direction.
Don't worry about them. They just do that.
Do I recognize any of them? Cascade's never been to Barovia, so if she did recognize any of them, it would be concerning.
Sure. So you could make a history check. You can make an animal handling check. You can make a nature check. Whatever you'd
I
like
would
to
say
do.
history, if that's cool beans.
Hmm.
Okay, that is 15.
I mean, it looks like people. It looks like statues of people, and they're moving. So it might be some sort of construct. It might be some sort of golem of some kind. Could be just
Okay.
a simulacrum of some kind. Who knows?
Okay. Yeah, then she won't. She'll just nod at Varys's comment.
What time of day is it, and how? I don't remember how long it is from here to the temple.
So
And what's is the weather still nasty on this side of the gate?
It is considerably less nasty.
Okay. Okay.
Passing through that gate, all of the weather seemed to calm down. The wind lessened, the snow lessened. You're able to see a normal distance. Well, normal for most people. Varys, your vision's still obscured, like at the farther range of things.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, it's definitely better conditions here, but it's still freezing. The mists are still coming over the edge to where you can't see it, but the path is a little bit wider at this point, so it's not really a concern while you're in this area. As far as what time of day it is, I think we had established before that it would have taken you guys like 2 to 3 hours to get up the mountain when you went the last time. I could be wrong about that.
Yeah.
So, and you were told to start first thing in the morning, like from daybreak.
Right. Yeah.
So it's
And we did.
late morning.
Okay.
Also, Neon Lights Roleplay, what's up?
Hey, hey, hey.
Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Welcome.
So we stopped here in the gatehouse the last time we passed through. There's, I think a teleportation circle on the ground in there. And,
This is a pretty useful thing to just be laying around up here.
well, if I remember correctly, I think it was tied to this mechanism in the castle, Ravenloft. I don't
been
think
easier
it
to
goes
use
anywhere
that.
else. Easier, yeah. I don't know
We
about
totally
that.
could have just got to the Amber Temple. I forgot all about the teleportation.
Yeah, but we would have had to go through Castle Ravenloft.
An empty castle.
No, we don't know that.
I could have got another shield.
And another Staff of Power.
You both jest as if this place is simple to navigate.
It really isn't that difficult once you've been here.
I see.
Strahd had many tricks that he used to subjugate his people. And being able to instantly appear literally in any population center was one of those tricks. So,
You use teleportation circles to do this?
no, he had well, on the one end, I think, but on the other end, in the castle, there was this mechanism. It had a
Balls.
light burning and these orbs, and based on what orb you threw into the light, it would open a portal to those other locations.
Understood.
And I think
we-
the teleportation circle is at the other end of it.
Do we have any reason to need to stop at the gatehouse and supplies anything that we require for our task?
I don't think so.
I mean, it doesn't hurt. to
It was
look,
fairly empty. I mean, yes, we can
This
look at
is
it quickly.
A
There's
different.
three floors to it.
It is a different point. You know, different Barovia.
We should be careful of the entities, and she'll gesture up. As far as I can tell, they are constructs, potentially, of some kind.
They just keep watching you. At least
That's
what
not
they used to.
unsettling.
No.
Yes, the last time we were
Yeah.
here, they did not act.
I'd be more worried about the giant rock that's around.
I beg your pardon?
Like a boulder.
No, as in a bird.
Like a. Oh, I see.
Would I be scared? Oh, yeah, that's right. You don't know. I'm not scared of rocks, boulders, stones.
Okay.
It flew away with one of our horses the last time.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Could have been worse.
yes. It definitely could have been worse. Anyway, if we want to check this out, we can. We just need to do it quickly. It's not very big inside, so it shouldn't take long.
I'll hop out and go and take a look since I've already been in there once before.
Okay, so you are going in first.
Yeah.
Is anyone following Delk?
I'll go in with them.
Vettel? Anyone else?
Cascade will send her spellbook
Okay.
in with them.
So the three of you all see the same thing. In this bottom floor, you see there's a hearth that is across from the door. And the chimney, you can like feel the wind kind of coming down the chimney and blowing out into the room. And the hearth itself is completely bare. In fact, there's nothing in this room at all. There's no furniture. There's no remnants of wood. There's nothing. There's no ash in the fireplace at all. On the floor, on the eastern wall, there is a circular symbol that is etched into the floor that begins to glow in iridescent bluish tinted light as Delg crosses the threshold of the room. There are 3 windows that look out over the sea of fog and mist on the other side of the mountain, and there's a staircase that leads up to another floor.
That's the teleportation circle Varus is talking about, and I'll point at the glowing symbol on the floor, and I'll head upstairs.
Very good.
I was told not to touch it.
Delg, you see that besides being empty this time, this room is exactly as you remember it. There's the iron ladder leading up to the roof. There's windows in every side of this particular floor, and there are no panes of glass in any of them, so it's frigidly cold in this room. You also see where there was a wolf's head mounted above a hearth in this floor. It's not there anymore.
Okay. And I'll take a peek at the very top real quick, if I can.
As you climb the iron ladder and open the trap door, you peek your head out and see the statues of the 6 feminine-looking women warriors all seem to turn towards you and bend forward slightly. And
Will
you can
nod.
see their gold plating shimmering a little bit.
I will nod and slowly close the hatch and go back down.
As a reminder, they are 10 feet tall, and they are all holding a lance and look like a knight.
Okay. I'll look out Fettle and be like, everything seems about the same. We should get going. And then
Right.
head back out.
Cool.
Going back out to the cart, I'll look towards Varus and say, the wolf's head wasn't there, but that was about it. Did the teleportation circle glow last time we were here? 'Cause
I don't think so.
I didn't think so either, but it was definitely glowing.
Interesting.
I almost touched it, but then I heard Varus before yelling at me, "Don't touch it."
You may have also felt the glare at the back of your head as you were doing so.
So nothing besides the wolf's head missing, which is odd. But I mean, when we came here, someone could have put it up. You know, there are people that live up here, right? So
Well, we shall get moving.
yeah, we
I
have
would,
a bridge to cross.
I would still be sitting in the back, and I'd be keeping an eye on the watch house as we were leaving, since it was glowing. So.
So if you were paying attention to the glowing of the circle, you would note that as soon as the last of you left the room, including if the spellbook was last, with the spellbook being in the room, that would have counted, it fades as the last thing leaves the room. If you... oh, go ahead.
When I'm sitting in the cart, I'll ask, let's see. Yeah, because your spellbook was there. So I'd look at Cascade and be like, you saw the teleportation circle or whatever it is. Do you know how those work?
I feel like Cascade probably would have understood some elements of teleportation magic, given some of the spells that she has access to.
And there were sigils that were on there and parts of the glyphs that were etched in.
Right.
You could definitely recognize that it was at least some elements of it. Maybe not if you don't know teleportation circle, it might you might only recognize some of the elements.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's clear that it's some sort of transport magic. I
You
don't
know-
know.
Why it started glowing when we came in is the question.
Could there? I would like to try and make an Arcana check to see
Sure.
like what theories I would have or no.
Sure.
Oh my gosh. That's so much better. 25. I rolled nat 1 again. Good thing I got advantage
Yep.
on Arcana checks.
Yeah, so you with a 25, the monstrous roll, you identify that probably the parts of the circle that you don't recognize are the means to anchor the spell to a specific location or destination. So basically it's like the IP address of the teleportation circle. The circle glowing when you stepped forward to it probably means there's some sort of activation trigger that's been programmed into it, and it's lighting up to tell you that it's ready.
Yeah, she would shrug. It would seem that there's some sort of activation trigger. It's indicating that the spell is functioning as intended and is awaiting next
But it
action.
didn't do that last time we were here.
Could be a
It may
trap.
have. I don't remember.
Can I recall if it lit up last time we were here?
It's really bugging you, huh?
It is really bugging me.
Make a history check.
Okay. 16.
It did.
Okay. I'll keep that to myself.
And I know and I know this because I literally copied my notes from last time.
All right.
Nice.
So you are all continuing along the path, yes?
Oh,
Yes.
I'm watching out for the
Yep.
flying bird.
Is that all you're watching out for?
That's all I care about
Giant
right now.
goat.
I don't care
Varys.
about the goat.
So Varys, you are the one that would notice it first, looking along the cliff and waiting to see if this goat is going to come out. You do indeed see a
Yeah.
massive 9-foot tall goat standing on the cliff above you, looking at you. And as you get closer, the rest of you can start to see it if Varys would point it out. I don't know if you'd point it out to everybody or not.
Yeah, I'll point it out.
Right. So it's hard to see at first because the color of the fur kind of blends in with the rock that it's in front of. But
Yeah.
you are able to make it out because it has this kind of shimmer to its eyes that's almost a little reddish.
Yep.
You notice, Varys, that as you get close, it lowers its head with like intent and malice.
Okay.
And then you see its right leg extend in front of it, its left leg bend, and it bow, almost touching its head all the way to the ground. Anyone with animal handling can, anyone who's proficient in animal handling can roll a check.
I will do that.
nature.
Nope, animal handling. Go ahead, Fettel.
21.
Yeah.
It is a very clear behavior of an animal presenting itself to somebody that it respects.
Okay. Fettel's gonna
Varys
like.
will. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Fettel's just gonna like put his hand out as if to say, "Don't worry, it's okay," and then inform Varys as such. It seems as if it holds you in high regard. For some reason.
Varys will look at mighty Sangzor and bow back.
Just out of curiosity, what did you guys do with this pelt?
We gave it
gave
to
it-
the dude that lived up there.
Understood.
for him to
For
take back to
horses.
his village. Yep.
Ahead of you, as you continue along this area, is another archway. And on each side of this gap in the mountains, which before you would know drops down to a river below, about 500 feet beneath you. However, you cannot see currently that far down because the edge, even here beneath this area, has the fog and the mist to it. Atop each one of the sides of the arch is a statue of an armored knight on horseback with a lance, and they are facing each other and seemingly charging towards each other. And then there's two other things that you notice. One, across from where you are, on the other side of this gorge, you can see in the archway a black-cloaked rider on a charcoal-colored horse. Delgan Varys, you should know who that is.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a bargain to make with you all.
More importantly, we know what it is,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah?
I say... Yo, go ahead. Sorry.
I have a bargain to make with you all. This is your second team skill challenge
All right.
Ah.
for inspiration and a DC 20. What's wrong with the bridge? The worse it is, the higher your inspiration bonus will be.
What's wrong with the bridge?
Who wants to volunteer a complication that you all are going to have to deal with?
Oh, what's
Well,
wrong with the
easy.
bridge? Got it.
That's a DC
Instead of-
20.
Don't say there's a rock coming.
No, instead of part of the bridge knocked out, it's actually knocked all the way through. So there's a gap.
The bridge is uncrossable. There is a large gap in the middle. Everyone needs to participate. Everyone needs to make a roll as a team roll.
Luckily, we have a stone-shapen dude with us. He can just find the controls to extend the bridge.
The wrong lever.
I think I just blasted him. All right.
Inspiration. So,
Let's see. I think we're gonna go back to the well on this. Oh, it's a skill check. Shit. I was gonna say I'm gonna levitate the cart and we can just push it across.
that is part of
But,
this challenge. How are you getting the cart and the horses across this?
Well, I have a simple solution. But, let's see. I intend on shaping a pathway through.
Okay.
For my skill check, I would like to use my best skill, as in being the god of perception, and making sure that when I'm finished, that I. Well, let's see. What I was hoping for is to have someone help me move or dash break pieces from the side of the current bridge and get it moved to the hole to help band-aid it, and then use stone shape to bring it together.
All right.
Because I can't stone shape air, but if I have a piece of stone there, I can use that as, and then I can extend it to gap the bridge. So I would like to find what I can, or I guess try to use perception to locate. Well, that's more investigation, I guess.
How wide is the gap now? Like, are we talking about from from entry point to entry point? That like 65, 70 feet? Are we talking like just over the river?
So here's what I'll say. Hey, Delg.
Yeah.
Here's the other part of the bargain. Your stone shape allows you to, per cast, do 5 feet.
Mm-hmm.
For every 5 feet of distance that you add to that 5 feet of the complication, you get +2 to that advantage roll with your inspiration.
So what you're telling me is that I need to look at how many spells I have and go with that.
Because I have an idea of how to help, but it's technically not a skill, or I don't know how I would. I could categorize it as a skill. Depending on how far away it is. Okay, so. Sorry, this could be another argument for strength, I guess, because depending on how far away it is, let me just double check. Shoot, yeah. So if my echo can get across, depending on how far away that is, it has to be fairly close. I could kind of help switch back and forth, grabbing like stones from the other side and like lobbing them over to like help Minecraft the bridge again.
All right, so
Amazing.
the bargain
but it's not. It would have to be close enough to do that, so it affects your bargain.
So you're
Yeah.
asking me how big the gap is.
Yep.
And
You're the one that spoke up.
right, so inspiration for the 5 feet, and then I get +2 per 5 feet I add.
Mm-hmm.
And how long is the bridge?
It's there, and the
That's
key
all.
is at
Is
the
that
bottom.
5 feet?
Are those
Square
Like
is 10
75 feet.
Each square is 10 feet.
10 feet.
All right. So 10, 20, 30.
50, 60, 70 is what I got. Yeah.
I agree.
A mighty huzzah.
Oh, let's see.
Or if somebody
All-
wants to fly me over there, I can try
all
and lob
70
stuff
feet.
over.
That can be arranged.
Did you say all 70 feet?
Yeah, the bridge is totally gone.
Okay.
What?
So 70 feet, basically it's an automatic success. Right? Because it's
For
what?
when you roll.
For each
It's a 14.
14.
You said
Yeah.
+2 per 5?
Yeah, per
Oh,
5.
yeah, it'd be a 24. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I know a success. Okay, now guys, we just gotta figure out how do we get across the bridge that's not there. How far down
I
is the
mean,
river?
we
500
can get across
if
fairly
it's the same.
easily.
Sorry.
It's sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I talked over Saint. Sorry about that.
No, it's 500 feet if it's the same. But you can't see the bottom. It's just mist. So like where the bridge was, like maybe 5 feet down, it's just mist.
Okay. That's right.
Yeah, the problem is not getting us across. We have the capability of flying across. It's the horses and the cart,
But
which we need.
Look it. Remember that one time I was trying to jump off a bridge
Yes, Doug, we all remember that.
and
Well,
how I
I
flew
remember.
without actually flying. I was levitating, but when you levitate, as long as you don't drop,
Right.
can we just not all levitate through it at once?
So that spell is for one thing at a time. So the fly spell, I can cast that on multiple people at once. Levitate is one object at a time. So if you know how to do that, Cascade knows how to do that, we could get 2 horses and a cart across. Perhaps. Actually, no, because fly is concentration too, so we would need another person to be able to
Well,
make us fly.
Bree is fairly strong. I think Bree might be able to
Yes.
fly a horse over.
Fly a horse over.
I'm pretty sure Bree can pick up a horse.
I should be very clear. While I understand the components of the fly spell, I do not have the items prepared to cast it. We haven't long rested since I did the book. I don't have it prepared.
You need items for that?
I need to have it prepared.
Wizards are weird.
Cascade will raise an eyebrow kind of at that and choose to not make a snarky remark.
Fair.
There's
So
no-
we have to figure out. I doubt Bree can throw a horse 70 feet.
But if Bree is flying, Bree can carry a horse while flying 70 feet.
As
then come
long
back and
as
pick up
Joe
another
doesn't roll a goddamn 2 again.
Is the entire bridge out? Is that what we determined here?
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
70 feet?
Oh,
Jesus.
shit, bud.
Christ.
We
Oh,
did not
shit,
determine
bud.
it. Akechi
Cascades?
determined it.
No, here we go. Here we go.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. So here's the argument that I would like to make for my check, please.
All right,
I
here
would
we
like
go.
for it to be Arcana because as we're discussing the options that we have at hand, Cascade is going to be looking at the horses and try to determine how efficient a spell she has is going to work and figure out how she can magically make it so Bree can actually fly this freaking horse across this gap.
Sure.
Sick. I'm gonna make my roll because I don't get to roll in advance. Tick, tick, tick. Oh hell yeah! That's another 25 for my Arcana. Cascade will turn and look back at Varys. Will you be able to get us all over, or just some of us?
I can. Let's see. Me. It's third, so me and I can affect 3 of us.
She'll look at Fettle
At a time. At a time.
At a
So,
time.
3, but it will, obviously expend 2 of my resources. 2 of my 3 resources.
No, 3 including yourself or just 3 total?
So 3 per cast. So if I'm gonna be one, that each time I cast it, I can affect 3 creatures.
Okay, great.
So watching for the bird.
Cascade will move over to the cart and look at the horses and walk around, and I can reduce all of their dimensions in half. We'll have to go one at a time.
I can carry them.
Between Bree and Fettle, it's my guess that we can carry the horses, though it will have to be one at a time because it requires concentration. However, I can then reduce the cart, and the 2 can carry it together. The only perhaps, you can cast fly on us as we return, but this is my suggestion.
I mean, that sounds like it would work to me.
Fettle, what's your carry weight?
Oh god, how do I determine that?
15 times your strength score.
The weight is
Oh.
reduced to 1/8 of normal when I use the reduce spell.
15 times 21, 315.
Okay.
It should be fairly obvious at this point that my contribution would be something
1 second.
strength-based.
It would be acrobatics probably.
How? Where's the thing?
And not
1/8.
athletics to pick it up?
Sorry, I
How do
meant
I-
athletics.
Okay.
Just as an FYI for everyone, average weight of an adult male horse is 660 pounds. 1/8 of that is 82.5 pounds. How many horses do you have?
2. But I'd have to. I can't reduce them at the same time, unless I can. I'm out.
I can't do it unless I can.
I have Warcaster, but I don't have the one where I can split it yet. So yeah, I can only concentrate on one spell at a time.
So
Which
I've
means-
used this.
Oh, go for it.
I use this spell several times, so I feel like I should know. I'm gonna walk up to the edge, knowing there's a tree at least right behind me, and looking across the way. My plant growth stretches 150 feet, which is larger than the gap that we have to cross. Can I not plant growth a bridge across?
I mean, you can try.
Yeah, I mean,
Isn't it like
Plant growth,
leaves
something
and
sturdy.
grass though?
Yeah, sturdy enough to carry like 2. That's 1,200 pounds a horse
Plus
and
the
the
cart.
wagon.
it uses.
I kind of like the idea of football carrying little bitty horses. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean,
as we
okay,
fly.
so here's the thing about the reduce idea, okay? So fly gives you a flying speed of 60 feet per turn, right? So it's 6 seconds across, well, 7, 2 turns across, 2 turns back. So we're talking 30 seconds to take a horse over and come back. You know what I mean? So this is not going to take long. Just the time to cast the spells. The fly lasts for an hour, so whoever's carrying the horses, you know, we can send 2
Conceivably
people.
carry the.
We can send
carry
2 people
everybody else.
over. Yeah, we can send 2 people over. And sorry, 3 people over, 1 carrying a horse. First 2 people stay there to kind of guard the horse, watch out for it, or you know, because it's gonna grow back to normal size, and then. You know what I mean? And then Bree comes back, shrink the other horse, take it over. You know, the whole thing takes like 5 minutes.
100% Cascade is unhooking the horses from the cart to get them ready to be reduced down. This seems like the best bet.
So,
We're gonna have 3 people flying, and they're gonna carry everything else over, right?
We're gonna, we'll have to do a couple. They'll do a couple trips, but they have the time for it. The spell lasts long enough. It's just gonna be Cascade's gonna have to be one of the last things to go over because she'll concentrate, cast a spell. Somebody'll take a horse, come back, concentrate, cast a spell, take it back, concentrate, cast a spell, take it back.
Oh, sorry, fly lasts 10 minutes, not an hour.
Oh, 10
still
minutes.
plenty
There
of
we go.
time. Yeah, still plenty of time.
so Delg, you are doing, you said, perception to look for things, right?
Yep. Watch out for threats. The big bird that's coming, that could be, you know, flying through as we're trying to fly across.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if that changed based on the no longer using stone shape. Varys, is there a check you're doing with this, or are you just doing this?
Yeah, I'm trying to look, or trying to think of what it would be. I guess I would make the argument for an Arcana check to have thought about all this. I know Cascade already made an Arcana check, so I'm not sure if we're allowed to duplicate those again, but we're both trying to do magical things to go across and to figure out the logistics of all that stuff. So if there's something more appropriate, then
Sure.
I'm
No, that's fine.
happy to.
Can you make your Arcana check first?
Yeah. It's just a straight roll, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And Fedel and Bree were with athletics, yes?
Correct.
That's an 11. That dice is going away.
Unless Bree's plan has changed now too.
I mean, my plan is whatever this plan is, so I guess I'm carrying a horse and people.
Okay.
I'm rolling it now.
I can lift a lot, but I can also carry a decent amount, I guess.
What was your roll for Arcana?
11.
Thinking about your limitations and the limitations that you know about Cascade, 11 is enough for you to have a hunch that there might be a more efficient way to do what you're trying to do.
Okay. Do you... Cascade,
Yes.
aren't you able to teleport a decent distance? Another creature?
Yes, I'm familiar with the spell. I'm assuming you mean what I've done in the past at Aldenoch's Egg, correct?
Yes.
When we had the invisible, yes. Unfortunately, I didn't plan on
Okay.
utilizing that, and it's not
That's fair.
an available resource.
How about
Okay.
instead of making horsies small, make Bree big? He can carry, or she can carry 2 horsies.
I thought about doing Mecha Bree, and we could try Mecha Bree.
So Varys, when that is mentioned,
Yeah.
that definitely kind of clues into there might be a more efficient way to do this.
Okay. Yeah. Big Bree was a good idea. How does that affect her strength?
One of you gets in my one in my hand, one in my hand, one in my foot, one in my foot, and then one in like my head, and then we all combine, and
You have advantage on
then we
strength
get the giant
checks
sword out,
strength
and
saving throws.
yeah,
Your weapons grow to match your size, and your weight increases by 8. So yeah, we can do Mecha Bree instead, and have Mecha Bree just do a couple trips. That will save me spell slots for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
So let's do that. Yeah. Either way, the horses probably need to be unconnected from the cart. So
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah,
Okay,
and then Bree
there's-
can come back and get the cart with the other
There's
2
3
people in
people
it.
flying though. Why not just the 2
Yeah.
other people grab the back end of the car while Bree grabs the horses, and you just all fly over at once? And I can sit on the horse, and Cascade can sit on the other horse, and we all just make one trip. Because I'll sit on the horse.
that's a lot
and-
of weight. That's a lot
and
of
I
weight,
will-
bud.
Yeah, but there's 3 people splitting the weight. And
I can
Mecha Bree's
only
bigger.
So-
I can only make Mecha Bree big. I can't reduce anything else.
I
3
understand.
people flying carrying a cart? No way, bud.
Does anyone else have the ability to levitate something? Because if we levitate the cart,
Not.
Okay.
I can't
Okay.
have Mecha Bree and concentrate
Right,
on
right.
anything else.
No, I meant someone other than
Right.
you or me.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I think Giant Bree solves the problem. She can make multiple trips, and it's 1 spell slot each.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. At that point, unless Cascade will kind of wait for anybody to do anything, but is going to walk over to Bree. And Bree, is this all right with you? You seem great. And she's going to cast Enlarge on Bree. So Bree's now doubled in all dimensions, and is now a large creature.
Can I get real fast the rolls for Delk's Perception, Bree's Athletics at advantage because it's strength, and Fettle's Athletics?
There we go. Natural 20 for 25. I'll take it. Damn. But
So Varys.
Not a 2.
Varys though.
Yes.
So first time Mistral was the only one, your companion, that rolled and failed. This time you're the
Yes.
only one that rolled and failed. Do you have a dice jail, and is it available right now?
Sure. Yes. I mean, it just goes to another part of my desk, but yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so, I mean, the success for this particular part was a 20, and you guys crushed it. So, please expend the spell
Huzzah.
slots for your plan. We don't have to go through in detail exactly
Okay.
how everything worked. But you make it successfully to the other side of the broken out bridge.
Alright.
Continuing along, as you pass by this, as two of you know, manifestation of Strahd von Zarevich. Do any of you get close?
Nah, I mean, no, just kind of. I wouldn't. I would tell everybody that it's just a. What's the word I'm looking for? It's not a hologram. It's illusion. That's the one. Pay it no
The
mind.
fantasy hologram.
Yeah. Pay it no mind. But I wouldn't get close to it. I don't say that. That's what I wouldn't do.
I think Cascade would try to like watch it because again, she's never been here. This is some weird shit.
Fettel was also curious. Like, okay, what is this weird fantasy hologram thing?
Then can the both of you please make a perception check for me? And depending on if you would get close, it's a normal roll. If you would keep your distance, it's at disadvantage.
Cascade would send the book, like because we're in the cart and stuff.
So then yours is a normal roll.
Yeah, that's an 18.
Fettel?
He would get close. 18.
Yeah, but
Weird. Glitch in the Matrix.
So you notice a very slight movement as all of you get to the other side. This illusion turns in the direction of the book and gives a slight nod, like a bowing of the head. Can the two of you make an insight check as well?
Sure.
Oh hell yeah, 19. I'm not good at this. That's the best insight check Cascade will ever get.
14.
14 is not enough to notice this, but the other roll is. You see in the corner of this man, of his smile, like the corner of his mouth is up just a little bit, like in a smirk. And it seems mischievous and almost evil. Kind of like he knows something you don't.
Yeah, I think Cascade, this place is fucky and weird, but I don't know if she would spend any resources investigating that further, recognizing that, like, we still got a ways to go.
Okay, so you are continuing along, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
The five of you, Mistral, the book, 2 horses and a cart. As the pass rounds a bend, and as you get to the other side of the bridge, once again, the weather begins to worsen. And the conditions now are as lethally dangerous as they were before, which is further complicated by the pass becoming narrower and narrower and narrower until it's just short of 5 feet wide. That is enough for each of the horses to travel in single file, but not for the cart to come with you. Each of the horses can travel here in single file. The cart cannot travel any further down the path. So the first question is, how are you dealing with that?
We're dumping the cart, right?
Have no other
I don't.
option.
Yeah, I don't see that we have a choice.
Are we taking the horses? We're just letting them go.
If we take them all the way, they won't survive outside the temple. So we're going to have to let them go, or at least tie them up somewhere before we get there. So it's up to you.
I don't mind either way. I would just feel bad leaving them here in a blizzard somewhere. There's trees up ahead. Perhaps they can find shelter there.
Yes, we should find a suitable place to leave them.
Sounds like that's the only thing we can do. Either we lead them straight to, as you say, their death, or give them a chance in the woods.
What if we just cover their eyes? Because they probably went crazy because they were looking at the statues.
Have you told us this? This doesn't...
Was it looking at them or being in their presence?
Could have been in their presence.
Was it definitely looking at them?
No, because when I looked at them,
Yeah.
is when it definitely hit you a little bit harder. I think being in their presence, like,
Well, being inside the temple, definitely, but they weren't
Right.
inside.
right.
Maybe you're right. I hadn't thought about that. Just put some blinders on them and tie them up
Yeah.
to the tree. We could try it. I mean,
At the temple, is what you're suggesting.
I just
well,
Can I ask,
Yeah.
do we gain any additional utility by taking them with us?
you never know when you can use a horse.
I mean,
Plus-
you're not wrong.
Plus, on top of that, the weather's not the greatest, and there's probably a good chance they would die. It wasn't as bad when we got to the Amber Temple, just the feeling you got when you were there. It doesn't hurt to have them with us. We can ditch the cart. That was just to help carry everybody. We're just going to have to go the rest of the way on foot.
Fettel, do you think that you would be able to convince the horses? You seem to have an understanding earlier away with them.
Yeah, I mean, I can talk to them.
also, assuming the cart is still here when we come out, if we have to come back this way, which I don't know that we will, it would be nice to have the horses to hook back up to the cart to ride back down if we have to go that way.
And I leave it to you, Fettel.
I'll give them the old pep talk and try and figure out what they want to do. Fettel will approach both horses, and using his speech of beast and leaf, they can understand him. However, he cannot understand them back. More so just their intent rather than directly speaking with them. But he will hold both of their heads close together, trying to protect them from the blizzard as much as he can, and say, listen, we've got a hard road ahead of us. We've got some trees up ahead that you might be able to shelter at. This temple doesn't sound like a great place that you might want to be, but we can try and subdue the effects of the place. This is up to you and whatever you decide you want to do. I'm not going to make a decision for you guys. So he'll pat them both on their little nuzzles and step back and see what their answer might be.
As Fettel is pep talking, Doug's gonna go behind the tree and cast Channel Divinity, Charm Plants and Animals to charm the two horses.
Saito, you legend. Let's get that out of the way. Thank you.
Wow.
Saito. Thank you, sir.
Amazing.
Okay. So, what's the timing on charming the animals?
They're charmed for 1 minute each. Within any animal within 30 feet, they have to make a DC saving throw of 18 wisdom.
Ah, the wise horses.
DC what wisdom?
18, he said.
18, yeah.
So, Fettel, in response, one of them seems super eager to just follow along with you and do whatever your group says.
Hi.
The other one, you see, has like a nervous posture and is kind of like almost like a human would think, like kind of looking around like they were looking around in their head. You notice it look back at the bridge that's not there, and look forward and at the path, and then up the mountain, and then kind of like nudge forward, like into you, and then look up again, and then like nudge one more time, but it seems super tentative. You are proficient in animal handling, yes?
Yes.
Can you make an animal handling check for me?
The horse rolled it better than 18 wisdom.
It's plus 0, and the horse rolled an 18.
Amazing. I got a 15
Amazing.
on my animal handling.
15's enough. It seems like the horse doesn't want to stay where it is. It wants to go forward, but it's not happy with your plan.
Okay. He'll kind of go over to it. Listen, bud, listen. It's going to be okay. I promise. You stick with this guy right here, and he points to the other horse who's like eager to go. And just follow his guide. You're gonna be all right. You have 5 of us. I can give you a big ol' hug whenever you need it. We're gonna be fine.
The charmed horse looks over and is like nudging, like, let's go. Like, antsy to
You
get
listen
going.
to him.
All right.
Oh,
So,
that's funny.
confirm for me that my remembrance is correct. My memory is correct. That you brought the cart to ride in and to take as much loot away from this place as you can. That there is nothing that you had equipment-wise that was being carried in the cart.
I don't
Alright.
believe so.
Yes, yeah, we didn't
It
have
was
any.
Honestly,
literally just
we
for
didn't-
us.
Okay.
We didn't bring it for loot, actually. We just brought
It
it,
was
for
just
us.
us.
Now that you mentioned loot, I need to figure out how to bring the cart with us.
Yeah. So I need, as this road starts to narrow, I need a marching order. Because
Okay.
you can only go single file. So who's going to be first?
Fettel
The
can go
god of
first, that's
perception.
fine. Or yeah, if Dilg wants to take up the front,
No,
Fettel
I-
follow right behind.
Okay, so Fettel,
Varys
and
will go in the middle.
I need the horses in this mix too.
Oh, okay.
Who wants to ride the horses?
Varys
Fettel
will ride a
can
horse
guide
in the
one.
middle.
Yeah. Fettel will just
So-
take the reins and guide the one
Dilg-
that Varys is on.
Fettel with horse, and then with Varys on it.
I think so. Yeah.
So right now I have Delg in front,
No.
and then Fettel holding the reins of the horse that Varys is on.
Oh, okay. That's
Is
fine.
that not what was described?
Yeah.
Ferris
that's
is
correct.
too
Yeah.
good to walk.
No, it. It didn't.
A dainty
I
legs.
didn't care which horse is. I can ride the one that he's leading. That makes more sense.
Gotcha. And you've got the other horse. So 2 horses together.
I only have one horse that's been accounted
No,
for. Right
nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody took the other horse yet.
Okay.
Correct. So you can take it.
Yeah, Cascade would be behind Varys, leading the other horse, not riding it. And would have her book kind of trailing back behind the rest of us. If that's cool with Bree.
Three.
Yeah.
So Delg, Fettel holding the reins of the horse that Varys is on, Cascade holding the reins of a horse between her and Bree, and the book behind everyone else. Wonderful.
Yes.
The conditions on this side of the pass seem to be a little bit worse. And with the path being so much tighter, there are a number of new restrictions for this particular leg of the journey. First and foremost, the journey was before a short journey. However, the path has changed. Delg and Varys, you both clearly remember this path being wider at this point, and it is not right now. So you are no longer on a short journey, you are on a medium journey, which means you need either 4 successes or 4 failures before you reach your destination. If you hit 4 successes first, it's a windfall. You guys will get a buff going into the Amber Temple. If it's 4 failures, you will get a hardship, something that will complicate going into the Amber Temple. We're going to start using the campfire system now, starting with Fettle. Here are the new complications. The wind has picked up considerably, and as you've been working on this plan, you have noticed that you've had to talk increasingly louder and louder and louder. Varys and Delg, you will remember this condition. The only people who can hear you are the person directly in front of you and directly behind you. The wind is so heavy and so strong that your voice is lost any further than that. In addition, your vision is obscured to 5 feet instead of 10. 15 feet you can make out shapes, disadvantage on a perception check to know exactly what that is. And beyond that 15 feet, you're blind. In addition, if you need to pass anyone, it will require a dexterity saving throw. So, with
Is that it?
Go ahead. That's it currently, yeah.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure you didn't want to add anything else in there.
Oh, there's other things. So starting with Fettle, the way the system works, for those of you who don't know in chat, Hope, actually, will create a complication for this road.
Hope isn't here.
Or, I'm sorry, not Hope. I meant
There
Ash.
is no hope here.
Ash.
Take that hope, put it in the trash. Gone. We don't have it.
Ash will establish a complication along this road that is hopefully ideally suited for Cascade to solve for the group. And then Cascade will make the check. The DC for all these checks is 20. So please factor that in.
Okay.
Journey is yours. You need 2 more successes, or if you hit 4 failures first.
Okay. At this point, trying to like yell to Cascade is not getting to her, so she's like using Varys, or he's using Varys as like a proxy to try and pass a message back to her. So he's screaming and then waiting for Varys to scream the rest of the message. Hey, Cascade.
Hey, Cascade. Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. No, this is great. This is perfect.
Yeah, RP the shit out of it. Go for it. Just because it's dire and difficult doesn't mean it doesn't have to be fun.
Yeah. Can you, like, dissipate this blizzard at all with your cool water genasi powers?
Hey, Cascade. Fettle wants to know if you can do anything about the storm because you're water genasi.
That's not to assume anything about your race or anything. I just hope you know that you're very powerful, so I figured you had something that you could use.
He doesn't want to be offensive, but can you do it?
I love this, like, D&D telephone. This
It's
is
just
very
like-
good.
It's so much better if she didn't have her headset in and just had it passed with the 2.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm trying to think what I can lean on here for like a. Because I can't see far enough to do really much of anything. Cascade will, as she's kind of encouraging this horse to come along, is gonna shake her head at Varys, not trying to attempt to call out over the storm just yet. But
Varys, you see the vague outline of a shadow of a person that might be shaking its head.
yeah.
It looks like she's got snow in her hair and she's shaking it out. So I'm still waiting for an answer.
No problem. Thank you, buddy, for helping out with this. Super appreciative.
I don't have any, like, the control water stuff doesn't have, because I can't see, I can't control water all that well. Or shape the water all that well. Well, time out. So I can only see 5 feet in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
Past that, it just gets blurry, right?
Correct.
And we agree that snow is water.
Yes.
Excellent. I would like to instantaneously move or otherwise change the flow of water as I direct it at 5 feet in any directions right in front of me. Cascade essentially makes a wind block of the water directly in front of her line of sight to get that additional 5 feet. The water will just kind of like melt and move away. Let's see. Is that what I want to do? Here's okay, GM. This is what I would actually like to do, and you tell me how this would work. You know, when there's like, you know, in fog, right? And there's a light. How even though like the snow's moving around a lot and stuff, you can still see light, so to speak, right?
Depending on how heavy it is, yeah.
Correct. So I can change the water's color or opacity. And I also have the light cantrip. So what I would like to do is Cascade wants to create like a green light, red light situation with the snow itself. So in like a 5-foot cube, it's like we're not going to make it so she can see, but essentially a signal. So we don't have to hear green like means good. And like if something goes wrong on our end, she can change the color to be red to give us a communication system to be able to like more efficiently communicate back and forth down the line.
Okay, but that's just between you, right? Or are you doing that like...
It would be above her head, so Varys could see, like, she can hear Bree behind her, and that way...
You cannot hear Bree behind you.
Right, well, the horse. Right. So, but at least that way, it's up in the air, so Bree can see, like, green, we're still good, red, like, it's some kind of form of communication signal, you know what I mean? To help us communicate more better. It's not ideal, but it's something other than just being able to yell over the snow.
So, confirming you are doing a light cantrip and what kind of check? And the rest of it's an ability, right?
Yeah, they're just, it would be a series of cantrips to, like, make this snow, like, lantern deal.
Okay.
And my guess would be, like, again, I would make the argument for Arcana because she's trying to influence moving water and snow with her magic and figuring out exactly how she can do that. But, I mean, that or maybe nature because it's snowing.
Okay. Make your Arcana check.
Yeah. That is 24.
Great. I need everyone but Cascade to take their headsets off. It's very short, so don't go anywhere. Pay attention. there is something about you going to cast magic that is instantly and deeply concerning. You feel as if something is resisting your ability to cast anything. But you also, with a roll that high, feel like you can push through it and make it happen anyway. So, here's my question to you. What kind of a penalty to your Arcana checks are you willing to take on for this to work? Otherwise, you will fail the roll and it won't work. And by fail the roll, I mean the spell will not go off.
Like, what kind of hit is, like, Cascade willing to take for this?
Like, are you willing to sacrifice your advantage? Are you willing to sacrifice a -2 to every check? Are you willing to sacrifice a -4? -8?
I mean, I leave it to your discretion. I'd be willing to forego the advantage.
Choice. This is your
My-
choice. How
my
much are you willing to do?
How much am I willing to do? I'd give up my advantage on Arcana, and I'd give up plus, oh shit, because this feels like high risk, high reward, but I really don't know why I'm giving it up. So I'd give up advantage, and I'd say I'd give up +4.
Okay, so your rolls will have a -4 to them from now,
Right.
now until...
So my Arcana, until you tell me otherwise, my Arcana will be +5 instead of +9.
Okay, cool. With a 24, you should probably communicate that. What happened? What just happened?
Okay. So you'll see above Cascade, she'll create that beacon of the snow itself kind of glowing above her head. And it will be flashing between like green and yellow. Like, oh, and she's going to call out over the snow. Something is wrong with the magic. This took a lot of energy. Something is wrong with the magic. And then green means good, yellow means okay, red means unfortunate.
So the only person who can hear that right now is Varys.
Is Varys. Correct. I've seen Bree do flashy light things. I'm hoping against hope.
I'll leave it up to Joe to determine whether Bree understands what the lights are or not.
Huh.
I think it will begin to make sense.
Okay.
What it means exactly, who knows? But there's at least the basic understanding of like, yes, uh-oh.
Got it. Varys, how are you communicating forward? Are you communicating forward? Or you
Yeah.
Stop with you.
So, I'm yelling this to Fettel. In response to your first query, the answer is no. It does not appear that she can do anything about the storm. But she's got this thing over her head that's like lit up and has colors, and if it's green, we're good. If it's yellow, not so good. And if it's red, well, red is bad. Okay? And I'll yell if it changes color.
Okay.
Hope this helps.
Thanks so much. Convey my appreciation to her. Cool.
Fettle says good job.
Green.
Yeah, it works.
What color did she send back?
Green. She's happy with your approval.
All right, cool. Thanks.
And Fettle, you can see like there is some sort of like diffuse light source, but you can't tell what color it is at all.
Okay.
It's just like a slight discoloration of the snow, like just slightly greater, because it's just at the distance you can't see.
Okay.
Fettle, are you communicating that forward?
I will. I'll tap on Delg's shoulder and lean down and be like, "Hey, buddy." Also yelling because it's loud as hell. "Hey, buddy. The Cascade's on the lookout here for us in the middle of the pack. She's got a cool color system that Varys can see. So if bad things happen back there, then we can know. Just wanted to keep you informed. Keep up the good work." Okay, thanks.
God, I love Fettle. Great. Doug, did you want to say anything back?
No.
Okay. So that was a success. You only need one more to reach your destination and receive a windfall. So GG's to you guys. This leads us to Sarah, who gets to establish something that is hopefully uniquely suited to Delg to solve.
Fun.
Back
DC
to
is
the
20.
front.
More telephone.
Yes,
Or
please.
colors.
Sarah, you are more than welcome to use the information you have to make this harder.
Okay.
And if you need help, I'm available. And if you get stumped, I do have a little chart you can roll on.
Yeah, hey,
Charts are really
take your
good,
chart, take your chart, get rid of it.
It's a great chart. I'm very proud of
Bad
it, actually.
chart.
It's only 1d6.
Only.
Delga's up front. I think the complication,
You always say it wrong.
Huh?
Opportunity.
The opportunity that presents itself to Delg in this moment. How tall is Delg?
They don't use the word tall when you talk about Delg.
How short is Delg?
What is Delg's height?
Pretty sure I'm 4'8". I might be 4'2", actually.
Wow, that
Okay.
sounds way too tall.
I think it's 4'2". I don't even know if it shows on here anymore.
Under detail or description.
4'6".
Here, GM, I'm gonna ask a clarifying question.
Actively waiting for clarifying question. I mean, make an argument for why you would know that answer.
Fine. Okay, yeah, Delg, you're trying to pass through this, right? And you're up front. You can't see very far.
But, I mean,
You're blind beyond 15 feet.
You're blind beyond 15 feet. But you also, like, with the wind, you start to hear ice and rocks that are starting to kind of get, like, you know, that, like, crack of ice breaking. There you go, bud. Yeah.
Perfect.
Like, you're you're not sure if you're hearing it because there's the wind and it's howling and you can't hear voices, but you're also seeing dark shadows like kind of passing through in front of you. And it's very difficult to determine what kind of threat's in front of you.
I mean, you said that I could perceive at disadvantage. I want to try to make out the threats that are in front of me.
Well, here's a couple questions for Sarah.
Mhm.
Sarah, how far are these little things? 'Cause so if he can see them, they've got to be within 15 feet.
I would say they're just on the range of 15 feet. Like,
Okay.
he can just barely make out. Like, it again, because the wind's howling, like, it's hard to tell if, like, it's exactly what it would be. But it's right on the edge of perception.
Yeah, so Delegate, you would be a perception at disadvantage then.
Okay.
This is your check that you want.
$24.
Disadvantage.
Sarah, what's he see?
You see that so we're in this passageway, and your concern is that it's like boulders or rocks or something, but it ends up just being snow that's kind of heavy packing and falling off to the side, but the wind is moving fast enough that it sweeps it about.
So,
No threats. No threats around.
did you say that out loud?
I mean, I said it in a normal voice, so no one heard me.
Fair. Well, I mean, according to the system that we're working on, a 20 is a success, and all 4 of the checks you've had have been successes. Which means you
Thank God.
have reached your destination.
Oh, it's a fun place.
We did it.
Joe, you were the next to be participating in this system, so you get to roll the d20.
Come on, Joe. Yeah, it's random. Who cares? Just
Oh,
yeah, 4.
I saw the 2.
So you, after spending all of this time climbing through this mountain and getting used to the conditions, you are all able to kind of learn like what it takes to walk on basically like borderline ice and treacherous, difficult terrain. And so you all can add, until your next short rest, 5 feet to your movement. A little more pep in your step.
Customize. Wow, there's a burrowing speed in here. That's interesting.
You never know.
With Delg on our side.
6 seconds.
Incredible. This music.
As you come through the pass, make the switchback. Fettel, you notice that the one horse, actually both now that the charm has worn off, seem to pull to the side a little bit. If you look at the journey itself, there is an area in the mountains before the switchback where the path goes next to a forest. It seems as though the horses, understanding your intent to leave them while you do something else, would like to be tied up there.
Okay. I will yell at everyone else within range. The horses want to chill here. Is that okay?
Fine with me.
Green.
Delg, that okay with you?
That's fine.
Okay, great. I will lead the horse that Varys is on into the woods, and hopefully the other horse will follow.
It does. Thankfully, you sense relief as you lead the horses and get them situated to continue your journey.
Okay.
As you get closer and closer to the temple that you know to be at the top of the mountain, Delg and Varys, the storm calms. The wind lessens. The chill is still in the air. In fact, it's well below zero at this point. But the wind is dying out and then gone. The snow stops. And the path in front of you is relatively clear, with the exception of the mists on the side of the path. The path itself kind of gives way into a clearing. And Delg and Varys, I'm assuming, would say when you were getting close. And up until that point and beyond, the closer you all get to this temple, the more of a feeling of oppression, like something weighing you down, starts to grow. And it feels like unbridled darkness and evil all around you. Those of you who have been here before, Varys and Delg, remember a similar feeling. However, this is considerably stronger and starts considerably farther away from the temple. It is as if whatever power is imbued within this place in the mountains is unchecked and unrestrained. Despite any danger and terror you might feel, there is another feeling that you have. There's this desire that's starting to burn within each of you. It's kind of like there's a cord tied around the core of your soul that's just being firmly and steadily pulled towards where you know this temple to be. Once the facade of this temple comes into view, there's an instant feeling of a tug on that cord towards the front of it as your eyes fall on it for the first or third time. Almost as if whatever is pulling on that cord is starting to get impatient and hungry. As your gaze falls on this temple, there is a voice that rings through your heads. It is the same voice in all of your heads, and it says the same thing. It has a slight echo and reverberation. The voice says in your head, "Be courageous. Have faith. Trust." And in the middle of the word trust, cuts off immediately. Now, I think, just outside this temple is a great time to take our mid-session break. Because, frankly, shit's about to get real.
About time.
Yeah, but you are. He didn't mean it. He didn't mean it.
I didn't mean it. I was.
Mhm.
I mean, what's the worst that could happen? We'll say
There
it now
is.
too.
I can't.
God.
Group punishment is against the Geneva Convention, so
Amen.
We're gonna do something a little fun for a second here. Let's go around the horn in reverse order, starting with Fettle, or starting with Ash. We'll say.
Okay.
What do you think's in the Amber Temple? What do you think is waiting for you? Ash, not Fettle.
Just a lot of bad. I don't know exactly what bad, but nothing good.
Sarah, who doesn't know anything about the Amber Temple.
Here's what I'm pieced together. There were certain powers bound in the sarcophagi that these guys destroyed, making it so you couldn't make deals with the powers held within, right? So my thought, and when they destroy them, the powers escaped. So my thought is, like, whatever's here is either like a coalition of those powers, or like the destabilizing center of Barovia. Like what's broke bad is here.
Mhm.
Like whether it's a gaping maw or like a heinous villain that's like, ugh, I'm here now. I think is that, and like, because we've got this Strahd niece, Lady Gal,
Mhm.
and I don't know if she's here, but I think she might be. So I feel like it's, to what Ash said, it's a lot of bad, but I think it's a particular blend of bad that we should know. But I don't know if I know.
Okay. Akechi.
A giant stone bird.
Okay.
Coffins.
Okay.
A giant cloaked figure, bigger than the stone bird. And then some of the stored powers to be. Demons, whatever, gods, I don't know. Some of them we're told that escaped out of Barovia, and I feel like some of them are still here, and that's why the power is so much stronger and emits further away. And I'm hoping that Wayfinder will tell me if Alyssa's here or not.
Okay. Joe, any guesses?
I think we are going to find I think we are going to find that what we need to do is going to be a lot more difficult in non-traditional ways. Is going to be much more difficult than we think it is.
Interesting. I like that. Jump.
All good answers so far. I think that, kind of like Sarah said, there's like a council of evil overlords. They're just sitting there like deciding, what evil they're gonna unleash next.
Okay.
And maybe they also have a little desk for anyone who wanders in that wants to make a deal.
Okay. I like it. Like a broker's desk. Like when you go
Yeah,
to the bank
yeah.
and they just
They
say,
all
"Come over,
look-
how can I
Oh.
help you?"
Oh,
They
you
all
want
look like Howie Mandel with.
You want Hellhounds?
Cases.
See Succubus number 4 over here.
Yeah.
And she'll give you some Hellhounds, or
Gotcha. All
Finger
right.
of Death.
Dark
those
Tank it.
kind of things.
Yeah, I like it. So, We're going to come back in that same moment that we left with this voice ringing through your heads. Would anybody like to react to that in any way, since I did not let you before we went to break?
Yeah, do we recognize the voice?
Anybody who would like to make a history check can to try to recognize the voice.
Absolutely.
Not very
Hell
good at
yeah.
that, but all right.
Same.
Ooh,
Let's see how it goes.
18.
Fuck, 2.
25.
18.
I didn't see your roll, Joe.
I didn't roll.
Okay.
I am not curious about who this might be.
Big brain.
It is quite obfuscated. Sarah, you are barely able to make out who you think it might be. Chad, I sent it to her via DM.
What'd you roll?
25.
25.
And you barely?
Damn.
Oh man. Yeah. No, I'm tracking GM.
So, with that in mind, now you've tried to remember the name, we're going to push forward a little bit, and then you can continue reacting to that if you'd like to. The road fades away, and there's now a covering of snow over a kind of open area in front of this place. You can see the facade of some kind of temple that's carved into the mountainside. And the front of this structure is about 50 feet high. And you can see 6 alcoves, each of which are containing these 20-foot tall statues. Between the 2 innermost statues is an open 20-foot tall archway. And beyond the threshold, you can see a drop-off for the beginning of an inky black darkness within. It makes it clear there are no light sources inside. So those of you who do not have night vision will need to account for that.
Sick.
As you all approach, there is this darkness. And I don't mean like a presence or a feeling, I mean an actual darkness that's at the corners of your vision. If you turn your head to the side or turn your eyes to the side, it goes with you. It's as if there's a dark border of blackness on the edge of your vision, like in your peripheral sight. And as you are taking each step forward, this darkness is coming in closer and closer and closer, reducing your vision narrower and narrower, seemingly leaving the temple in front of you fully visible. With each step, your heartbeat starts to race a little faster to the point where you can hear it pounding in your ears. I have a question to ask each of you in turn with 2 options until everyone has answered. I have to ask that no one say anything else. Fettle. You can all feel that pull on the core becoming quite strong with each step, beckoning you towards this opening. And as the temple becomes the sole focus of your visions, you feel compelled to take in the sight of this ancient place, and the feeling of you being watched that you've had for hours multiplies. You feel the presence of 6 sets of eyes gazing on you, and notice that the feeling seems to be connected to the 6 statues along the front of the temple. Your choices, as is everyone's, is: do you look at them, or do you try and resist temptation?
Having heard about these statues, Fettle would try and resist.
Cascade.
Cascade would look.
Delg.
I would resist.
Bree.
Bree would look.
Ferris.
Yeah, resist.
Varys and Delg, you know this familiar. This is a very familiar feeling. Delg in particular, I think you probably glanced at the spot where you vomited on the ground. But the two of you are able to, without much difficulty, but more than you expected, resist this pull. It is very similar to what you felt before, but much stronger. But you also knew to expect it, so you'd kind of been gearing yourself up for it. Thanks to Delg saying something in character earlier, all of these resist checks are normal rolls instead of at disadvantage. Because he did mention to the party about the statues.
I forgot to did.
So, I need a wisdom save, normal roll, from Fettle, Cascade, and Bree.
What if I resisted it?
This is the roll to resist.
Okay, that's fine.
But
How about the
Cascade
19?
and Bree
Hell
look.
yeah.
Or whoever looked. Oh wait, I'm sorry. You're right. Whoever resisted can roll a wisdom save. Sorry, you're right.
Okay.
I did
gotcha.
that. I got a 19. Bree looked.
Bree looked.
Yeah, the other two looked.
Yeah, Bree and
Yeah.
Cascade look.
Okay. So a 19 for Fettle to resist. You look at it, and instantly this, like, sickness washes over you. Like that moment before, like, if you've ever had food poisoning, the moment before you know, like, I need to run to the nearest receptacle. Like, but
What
it's
a great analogy.
it's a total body wash of just, like, cold, fear, nausea, like, deep, like, rot inside your stomach. The two of you who looked, the statues are the most fascinating things you have ever seen. And you feel inextricably drawn towards them. You must spend your movement to walk towards it.
Yikes.
Looking was an automatic fail for the first save, but you can repeat the save at the end of your movement. And there's the temple. For those of you who did look, just to be clear, each statue is carved from a single block of amber and depicts a faceless, hooded figure with its hands pressed together in a gesture of prayer.
I mean, yeah, I don't want to move my token to goof stuff up, but Cascade would start walking towards this guy right here.
And you can take other actions, just your movement, you have to move towards it, is all.
Cascade would sneeze violently.
I would like to ask Wayfinder where Liz is at.
The sword doesn't seem to move in your hand.
No. Fettle's just kind of like hunched over. Oh, okay. So you all warned about how evil this place was, and I believed you. I believed you a whole bunch. Just had to swallow my breakfast again. This is disgusting. How did you even walk here and get here the first time? You ready to jump?
It's only gonna get worse, so
Great.
better start getting mentally prepared.
My sister went through this?
Yes.
Gods.
I'd move
Okay.
towards the entrance.
And Delg, you would notice with your passive perception that Cascade and Bree are both like walking towards the statues. You can move your tokens, by the way, guys.
Okay.
It's the doorway that's the next trigger.
How is everybody doing that now?
I mean, I feel
There's a
like
little
his
ruler.
Cascade walked past me, normally
Yeah.
being in the back. I would try to grab her and figure out where she's going.
Yeah, so it's more like it's not so much as like a I need to do this resistance thing. It's just kind of like a mindless pull. That
Yeah.
like I don't know why I'm being pulled here. So it's very easy to just like grab Cascade by the arm and stop her.
Yeah.
I would.
There's-
Yeah.
Go for it. Oh. Varys, what are you doing?
What are you doing? Don't look at those things.
Why? And she'll just actively, like, kind of like, I guess, turn her head until I can make the save, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You say why? I say, where are you going right now? What are you thinking about?
The temple. Going inside.
Well, the entrance is to the left. Where are you going?
I felt like this was the way to go. I don't know.
You can both make your wisdom saves now.
Come on, baby. Hell yeah. That's a 13 plus 6.
You're able to snap to and realize what's going on. Bree?
I don't think anybody's really done anything to Bree, right?
No, but I mean, it's an effect that's going on with you, so. Unless you'd like to just auto-fail it for narrative reasons.
Is it, for clarification's sake, is it a pull towards any particular statue, or is it into the temple itself?
Statues. Any one of your choice, honestly. You are drawn to a statue. Your choice which one. No one has to interact with you for you to make the save. It's just like every 30 feet or so you get a chance to save. Like it's over time you have the opportunity to realize what's going on. But again, you can also autofill a save for narrative reasons if you want.
Yeah, I think Bree is trying to get an understanding of this as much as possible. She is curious as to everything around here, so she's gonna continue to be drawn.
Okay. So mechanically, that means that Bree would continue walking forward as the conversation between Cascade and Varys is happening. Fettel is retching, and Delg is walking toward the front door. So feel free to move your tokens.
What are those things, Varys?
This place is the embodiment of evil. Everything around it, inside it, it strives to corrupt. So you have to be very careful.
As we're kind of standing there talking, and she's now trying to like avert her gaze and start moving into the temple, I do think Cascade would call out to Bree. Bree, step away.
It is truly fascinating, though, is it not?
We have no time for fascination, my friend.
If you continue to do what you're doing, you may be lost.
Hold your wit about you. Stick with us. And avert your gaze. Fettel will attempt to cast a channel divinity thing called Watcher's Will, where I can choose people to be affected by this, and they gain advantage on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws.
Who else being affected?
Everybody but me. Well, I can do up to 5, so all of us.
Okay. So
How
Bree,
long does this last?
1 minute.
Okay.
Cool.
So Bree, would you like to make your check now?
You get at advantage.
One more time. Damn it.
Are you kidding me? No.
Beans.
The salmon dice must go to jail.
Ooh, jail. Jail.
Yeah, everyone, Bree does not seem to be paying attention to your attempts to stop her.
I would attempt to get in front of Bree. It looks like she's going to the statue right to the right of the door. So I'm gonna beeline it straight to the statue, and I'm gonna reach up and I'm gonna shapeshift the hood off and just make it a rectangle pillar.
Shapeshift the hood off?
It's a hooded
Mm-hmm.
creature,
Mhm.
so I'm just gonna like
Stone
turn
shape, I think. you
turn
mean.
yeah, stone shape.
So you're casting
Shape
stone
it.
shape.
Cast stone shape on the head to just basically make it like disappear. Tiny little square.
The spell's cast, but it doesn't seem to affect the statue at all. However, you are standing. You did say that you were standing between him and Bree.
Yeah.
Or it and Bree.
And I touched it. I don't know if that does anything. I don't remember. But Bree was sent to protect the dog, and so maybe that will get her attention.
What's everyone else doing?
Well, along those same lines, Varys was going to say, you were sent here to protect Delg and Hope. Standing here, staring at a statue does not accomplish either of those goals. Snap out of it.
We must know the enemy if we are to engage with it.
This statue is to distract you from learning about the enemy. The statue is not the enemy.
Seems like narratively we've reached a beat where Bree would continue trying to walk forward, but before that, Delg, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw at advantage.
There it is.
32.
This is a big block of stone, man. It's cold. Feels great.
Well made.
Yeah. Very well crafted, actually. However, Bree is continuing to walk toward the statue. So, would anybody like to intervene before Bree gets there?
I mean, I'm between Bree and the statue, so I would attempt to stop her.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's not a strong pull, Bree. It's just a kind of like mindless wandering. So it's up to you how you react.
I will attempt to grapple if Bree tries to push past.
No, I'm not
Bree's not gonna push into it or anything, or like try and fight it or anything like that. She's just kind of walking towards it. So if there's just like that barrier, she'll pause for a second.
What are you thinking, Bree?
These must have been placed here for a purpose. I do wonder what their intention is.
To prevent the weaker-minded people from actually getting into the temple. A distraction of sorts. And as I talked to Bree, I would place my hand like on her arm and kind of like try to walk her to the front of the door. Not very forcefully, just kind of like trying to talk and walk and get Bree inside, away from the statues.
Bree, we must complete our task, and you are essential to that. We need to go inside to do that. This is not where we need to be. Please.
Just to speed things up a little bit, and Joe, if this is counter to what you'd like to do narratively, please say so. But it seems like the goal is for the party to remain between Bree and the statue, and to continue to prevent physically Bree from reaching the statue, in which case it's just a matter of time before Bree makes a success. So we don't have to sit here and keep rolling unless there's a narrative reason why you would like to.
There's no narrative reason other than I've been rolling like shit today, so I'm just assuming my failures. But also, there's other reasons. But no, like I can prove you wrong that I will keep failing. But
no, I just because it's. I mean, if they're gonna keep resisting you, it's not strong enough to trump that. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, like she still has a curiosity about her, but she's not going to keep up the pull, I guess. She would be easily guided towards the door and have the actual gaze and everything be broken.
Understood. So consider your roll a success now, and I don't know if there's a narrative moment you'd like to have after that before you head into the temple, but now is the time if you do.
So, the last time we entered here, there was a group. So as you enter, there's going to be a hallway, doors on either side. On the left, there was a group of locals that had gotten stuck in here, I guess. And in the chamber are defenses of sorts. Floating skulls, I believe they were.
Yeah.
Obviously, this can all be different now because things are different, but that's what we encountered in before, as well as
The mirror hallway.
a fairly nasty magical being hidden in the big statue at the far end of the room. I don't know if that creature will be here again, but the doorway on the right, I never went in. Hope went in there. And Rognus, maybe? But I don't remember if they told us what was in there, but we didn't need to go in there. Yes, and Delg mentioned the hallway of mirrors where your reflection is sort of alive. And kind of helpful. So, all I'm saying is, we're about to enter one of the most evil places you could imagine.
And we've been to the abyss.
So, be ready.
I'd like to do 2 things as we walk in. 1, cast light on my shield.
Cascade would cast light on the top of her staff as well.
And 2, I would like to assess Wayfinder to see if it just didn't respawn or if it might not be with me anymore. I don't know if just asking it a simple question that it should work, or just a feeling I have if like I'm not attuned to it anymore.
I mean, you feel attuned to it.
Okay.
Who else cast light? I'm sorry.
Cascade and Dope.
Cascade and Delg.
30 feet. Right?
Bree would.
Glow
Sorry,
stick
go ahead.
fingers.
Yeah, Bree's gonna crack her knuckles too.
Yeah.
It's 30 feet for everybody. Yeah.
This is very good. Fiddle just kind of shakes his head wildly, like, "Oh, thank you." It got very, very dark there for a moment.
All right. Tokens are updated. Cool. Yeah. Anything else you guys want to do before you head in?
Turn around, look at Varys, pull out Wayfinder and hold it off to the side, and look at Varys like dead in the eye and say out loud, "Where's Varys?" and see if Wayfinder moves.
Sword does not react.
Like, I say this out loud, just, and like, as I'm looking at,
I'm here.
and he'll look down to Wayfinder and like shrug, and then turn around and head in.
To be clear, you do still feel like it is a magical weapon. Like, it feels like
Right.
it has magic. And you feel like you are attuned to it. Like, it is connected to you, but it is not answering your questions.
Yep, that's what I just wanted to make sure, because it does give me bonuses, so I just want to make sure that.
As we walk in, Cascade falling back in step with Bree, she'll reach a hand out and kind of touch Bree's elbow. I understand wanting to know more. I think we can find more answers as we continue. But if you wouldn't mind, Bree, if you have a thought, would you share it with me? I think together we can maybe figure it more out. Fresh perspective.
Of course.
And I'm good.
Once again into the breach.
So, as I said during the break, we are switching to a variation on dungeon crawl rules. So the front line will be, until you say otherwise, Fettle and Del. Which means you are the first 2 in. It is pitch black in here. There is no light whatsoever, except the light that is coming from you all. The entrance itself, the steps have like a coating of ice on them. It's enough that you need to be careful, but not enough to really be difficult or slow your movement down. And you can see at the base of this that there's like this old hallway that looks like it's seen better days. And there are arrow slits along the walls. And in addition, part of the wall on the right-hand side seems to be missing.
Okay. Does this look the same as before? As far as you can tell.
Oddly, yes. Unlike the rest of Barovia, it seemed to revert. I put that hole in the wall.
Oh. So we can assume that anything else you all might have done here is the same.
I'm assuming that's what the hole you're talking about, right?
It is.
I mean, I guess that would make sense with all the sarcophagus broken.
Okay. Shall we move down the steps? Or are we to stand here indefinitely?
Oh, well, definitely march forward.
Okay. Following your lead.
You can go to the base of the stairs. The next area is right there.
Okay. Yeah, 5, 10. I guess right here.
Okay.
So looking into the rooms on the left and the right, they are both empty. Ignore that body. It is not there.
Okay.
Is there anything you'd like to do with those rooms? Or are you just heading straight forward?
I plan on just heading straight forward.
Cascade's going to be following the folks that have been here before, trusting that they know where we need to go. Like, she'll be casting an eye about, but I don't think she's going to make a point of investigating out.
Okay.
Fiddle's essentially doing the same. He's taking the front to take the brunt of any damage that might come their way and protect those behind him, but he's at the mercy of Delg and Varys.
All right. So as you approach this overlook balcony, those of you who have not been here before see a 20-foot wide landing that is made of black marble, and the railing is shattered in a couple of different places. And it looks like a vast temple. The ceiling above you is about 50 feet up. And you can see over the railing that it drops considerably far down. The ceiling... I'm sorry, it's only 30 feet, not 50. I read that wrong. You can see that once you pass through this little hallway, everything, every wall and the ceiling itself is coated in a layer of amber that glistens as the light you've cast reflects upon it. You can see 2 sets of amber doors as well. One on the left and one on the right. The one on the left is... the door's missing completely.
That's where I'm going to be heading, is left, because that's where we went last time. So, like right here.
Since the door is missing, I can just tell you what you see through there. You see an empty room. There are no cots in there. There is rubble along the one side of the wall, but there's nothing else in the room. It's completely barren.
Varys wants to take a look at the statue as we come in, since I can see it.
Yeah, make a perception check.
Yep. Uh, 28.
This does not seem like the thing you're looking for is there.
Okay.
I will keep moving in. I'm allowed to go inside, right?
Yeah, you can step inside.
Yeah. Remember, there was something, the secret door to the south that you still have marked. I would take a look in there just to peek in while I come in.
Sure. So what's everyone else doing since Delg has moved to a second room? Are we staying together with Delg, or are we splitting apart?
I'm staying with Delg.
Sticking with... Sorry, I know I'm trying to take notes and not move the token, but...
Yep.
Okay. So party still in formation. Got it. So again, this room has absolutely nothing in it. It is completely barren. And then the room to the south, as you open the secret door that you had found before, you find the south wall of this room, like with holes in the wall just carved into the blocks of stone. I don't know if before you had determined what this room was, though.
Oh, it was like a wine cellar, so type of thing. That's what I thought.
I mean,
it was.
you
I
could-
thought there were scrolls in here.
Oh, there you go.
So looking in some of the holes again, Varys, and kind of verifying that this is what you remember, you see that there's like crumbled bits of material that looks like paper,
Yeah.
as if this was a scroll storage. There are a lot of holes in the wall.
So it looks the same, so I'll be heading towards the hallway to the north.
Okay.
I don't know if we can go through or not, so.
Is anyone else doing
Yep.
anything?
Just following.
As I'm walking through, let's say out loud, so far everything seems to be like we left it. The door missing, I don't remember, but it could have been that way. There's a hallway down this way, and then the stairwell going downstairs into where some of the rooms are, where we destroyed the container. So we might be getting into more dangerous territory, so be ready.
Okay. At the ready.
I think as we're walking, Cascade would specifically ask, what exactly are we looking for?
My first thought is to look at the things we destroyed, see if we can salvage them. We were told that we need to bind the powers back to them, and we have to fix each one. So if we get to the rooms, there was 3 in each room. Fix the vessels.
We also need something from the treasure room, according to the Taroka reading.
Right.
Well, where are these former sarcophagi and this treasure room you speak of?
Downstairs where we were heading. I'm just
Okay.
retracing the steps that we came in
So-
on the first time.
I see.
The treasure room, if you picture the main room we just came in, where this door is that we came through, it's on the opposite corner of the room. Far
I see.
right.
Okay. I can't see very far in front of me, so the depth of this
Yes.
place eludes me, but I trust what you say.
You can hear, Fettel, like your voices echoing through this hallway and through the chambers, and it sounds like you are in the middle of a vast expanse of a cave. Like, it's huge.
Okay.
Stepping forward.
Yes.
Sounds like it.
This hallway is 20 feet wide and about 70 feet long. And again, the walls are all sheathed in amber. Southern half of the wall is scorched by fire, and there are several doors on the left of the hallway. You can also see 3 arrow slits cut into the wall, overlooking the main room below.
Okay. Does there seem to be anything particular about this amber? Oh, it's all good.
I kept trying to move you guys forward, and every time I'd select you and move you, one of you would move. Sorry.
Well then, yeah, I'll let you move it because you.
No,
move all
that's
together,
fine.
easier.
I was just trying to help because you guys had moved forward. I was going to do it while you guys were RPing and.
Yep.
taking
No,
notes
I'll
and figuring it out.
I'll let you move it because that just makes it easier.
What was the question again, Fettel? I'm sorry.
Is there anything particularly unique about this amber other than the fact that it encases the walls?
Make an investigation check unless you're making an argument for something else, like nature.
Investigation is fine. It's only a 10.
I mean, the thought crosses your mind probably that is this whole place just carved out of amber? Or is this like affixed to stone somehow?
Interesting.
You have no idea.
Okay.
You don't
Okay.
know how things like that work. Or at least you can't remember how things like that work.
Boggles the mind.
Keep moving forward.
Okay.
There's a doorway at the end. I believe that's where we were going. as we're walking forward, I'm like, this is the right way we went, right, Varys? Trying to remember fully. We haven't ran into anything trying to kill us yet, so it kind of makes it different.
Yeah. I think the skulls were on the lower level, like
No, they were
underneath
shooting.
us.
They were shooting.
Oh,
at us through the
were they
slits.
these openings on the side? Oh, okay.
I do
can
remember that.
Yeah. Okay. I think so.
Head
Yeah.
towards the doors at the very end of the hallway then.
The double amber door is right here, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
You are at the doors. What would you like to do? They are closed.
I honestly would just open them. Or attempt to open them.
Okay. So these doors open easily, gliding on whatever hinges exist you can't see. Revealing beyond, torches in sconces illuminating what appears to be a dining room. In the center of the room, there's a table, and covering the table is what appears to be a magnificent and very appetizing feast. And you can smell cooked meat. You can smell different vegetables roasted. You can smell gravy, and you see wine and bottles of wine. It looks fucking delicious. It's like it was just set for you guys.
Doug's kind of hungry.
Stop rolling D100s.
I would go check out the food. Not gonna lie. Kind of hungry.
Okay. Doug's crossing over to the table. What's everyone else doing?
Varys is grabbing Doug by the arm. What are you doing? You know that's not real.
But do you?
You see any chefs running around here? You've been here before, Doug.
Was this also an illusion? Much
I
like
don't
the
know if it's
Strahd
an
on the
illusion.
Fettle, make an investigation check.
bridge. Okay. 5.
Doesn't look like one.
We cannot allow ourselves to be distracted by such things.
Doug will sigh and head over to the doors to the right.
So we're avoiding the spread,
It's not what we're here
If
for.
he's-
He's right.
obviously.
This place is pure evil. Everything in it
Look,
is evil.
evil's got to eat at sometimes too.
Oh my goodness.
Is anyone else doing anything in this room?
I mean, Cascade's not drawn to the food so much, but it's gonna try and look around and see, like, looking at the ceiling and stuff, assuming if this is evil, that there's some kind of trap or perhaps other entity involved. But if the rest of the party's moving forward, she's not lingering to do that.
Okay, so general investigation for like something dangerous. Is that what you're looking for?
Kinda, yeah. Figure
Go
out what the trap is.
Go for it.
Why is it
That's
so easy?
a 17.
17. Great. You, especially given your particular nature with magic, can easily tell that this is an illusion. However, looking at there's like a slight shimmer to it that's like barely perceptible to the eye. There are a couple things that don't shimmer. The lights on the wall, the table itself. And what's your passive perception?
16.
That's it.
Cascade will just out loud. It's definitely an illusion. Not all of it, but the interesting parts.
Doug will sigh.
I promise once we're out of here, we'll find a nice place for you to get some good grub, my friend. I will even cook it myself if need be.
The amber that sheathes this room and the room in the hallway before gives way to a black marble landing that is half crumbled. The floor is 30 feet below, and in front of you, you also see the statue now, which I believe, as you go through this door, would be visible to everyone. Could be wrong.
Right.
I can't see it quite yet.
Yeah, I know I'm going to move you forward.
Well, now that Delg's moved. Oh, thank you. Sorry, my bad. Yep,
No, you're good. I was just trying to help out.
I appreciate it.
And for the statue, for those of you who have not seen it yet, Fettle, Bree, and Cascade. It is a 40-foot tall statue that seems to be carved out of granite.
There's a stairwell at the bottom that goes to the very top. Varys knows all about it.
Of the statue.
Yes.
Yes, this is where that creature I was talking about was living, hiding.
I see.
Is this? Are we able to see the face of the statue?
Not from this angle.
A Cascade would ask, do you know who the statue is of? Strahd, perhaps?
No.
I
Wasn't it?
don't believe it had a face.
It was supposed to be like
I could be wrong about that.
god of trickery, I think, or something. I believe it was something along that lines.
You believe, or it is?
It's been a while. It definitely wasn't Strahd. Wasn't anybody that I recognized when I looked at it the first time.
Can I send my book out to get a gander of the face of the statue?
Sure.
Sick. What do I see?
You see... how close is the book getting?
It can't pass through the statue. I would say, like, 10 feet from the face, if I can.
That's
Sure.
close.
So 10 feet's close enough. You can see that the hood goes over a faceless statue. And from the distance that you are, you can see that it's hollow inside. Please make a perception check. Wait,
Okay.
at disadvantage, because your book does not have light on it, right? Your
It has
staff
dark
does.
vision.
It has dark vision? Awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then
book's-
regular roll.
The coolest. Doing perception.
Mm-hmm.
16.
Inside, on the floor, you see where the little spiral staircase starts at the top there. And you can see on the floor like a little glint of something, as if the light caught in something.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't tell what it is.
There's something in the statue. An item, perhaps. Do we care to have it?
We'll
Hold
have
on
to
a
go down
second.
there eventually. How big?
It's hard to say. A glint from the light.
Do you think Mishal can get it?
How tall is how elevated is the area we're on?
30 feet.
And the statue is another 40 feet above us, or?
It's a 40-foot statue, so it's the
Okay.
head is like just above you guys.
Alright, so I want to step to here and cast Detect Magic.
Okay. You get 2 magical auras coming from inside the head.
Okay.
One of them. Hang on. One of them is transmutation, which is a larger aura, and there's a smaller aura that is like slightly faded. That is conjuration.
Okay. Yeah, so the ping's up there. This sounds familiar. The pings up there are transmutation and conjuration. It could be some sort of trap.
I could send the book in, cast Mage Hand from it.
I think that would be most wise.
Cascade will do that, moving the book in, like, around the staircase to where that glint was.
So the book can easily go through the face, like it is an open cavity.
Okay,
to a
great.
dark chamber inside.
Great.
The book could not go all the way down and up the stairs because the door is closed on the bottom.
Gotcha. Yeah. So getting down to where this glint is.
So the glint is in the room at the top of the stairs. It's like right
Okay.
over the lip of the face.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Right wherever that is, and then Cascade would cast Mage Hand from the book to reach down and pick up whatever the heck was glinting.
Yeah, it looks like a pair of glasses with a gemstone in one of the eye sockets.
Yeah, she's gonna have that float right on out and bring it over, holding out the object to Varys and herself, and I think Bree as well. Any of you recognize this contraption?
No.
What color glasses are they?
Make a history check, Doug.
Are they rose-colored glasses? 10.
So you remember there being rose-tinted glasses with rose-tinted lenses. The frame kind of looked like this, but in this particular set of glasses, it's not a lens. It's a gem, like a gemstone that's green. But the frames are probably the same color and a similar shape to the ones that you remember from before.
Okay.
So whoever takes the glasses, please mark that you have them on your inventory sheet.
Cascade, can you see through the book anything else in there? There were 2 pings, magical pings, in that room.
Do you still have Detect Aura up? Sorry to interrupt. Do you still have Detect Magic
Me?
up? Yeah.
It lasts 10. Where is it? 10 minutes.
Yeah, you still have it up. The glasses are pinging both.
Oh, it's pinging both. Oh, okay. It wasn't 2 separate auras. They were kind of overlapped with each other.
And
Okay.
once it comes closer, you see that the aura of transmutation is the glasses. And
Okay.
the aura of conjuration is the green gemstone.
Okay. I will explain that to whoever takes them. I will say this. Be careful touching things in here. One of our other party members picked something up and then started wanting to steal things. So
I can identify this, but I will need to touch it.
I'm just saying, be careful. It could have undesirable properties. It also might not. I don't.
She'll kind of nod. I trust you to keep me from doing anything too messy. And I'm going to utilize my Awakened Spellbook's ability for ritual spells. I get 1 opportunity to cast a ritual cast spell. It's just an action, so I'm going to burn that.
Okay.
Cast Identify and touch the scary spooky glasses.
Great. So it's broken. There's a part of it that's missing. It is easy to surmise it's the other lens. It is also easy for you to surmise with the Identify spell that the purpose of the magic within the glasses is to combine the effects of the 2 gems. The effect of the Conjuration gem, I mean, without it being a complete magical item, you can't really know how they would work together. Just that it's Conjuration magic and it's designed to be added to something else to create
Okay.
a unique effect that they both do together.
Well, first off, it's garbage. It's broken. It's missing a particular component, which is unfortunate. The conjuration magic won't work without the other aspect. I'm assuming another gem for this lens. We should potentially hold on to it in case we find something. I didn't see anything else inside the statue itself. We can keep a lookout, I suppose.
The glass frames, are they the shape of the gem that's currently in there? Like, is it... Does it look like it was just like... Okay. Does the other lens look anything like the seeing stone that Hope has?
Kind of. About the same size.
Okay. The gem of seeing. Okay.
I'd be heading north once everybody's done.
Ready to push forward.
Yep. Ready.
Wonderful.
Cascade would put the glasses in her bag.
So Cascade has the glasses, yes?
Yes, Cascade has broken glasses.
Cool, cool, cool.
Nice.
Going into this room, you see that there is a room that's bare stone, and it looks like there's like a foyer, like a receiving area here. And there are candlesticks all over that are draped in cobwebs. And the cobwebs on these candlesticks stand in the four corners of the room that you're currently in. You can see to the left of the room there appears to be a shrine. And there is a faceless obsidian statue kind of raised up in an alcove on the western side of the chamber. And you see in front of the statue, there are two completely, like, rotted and desiccated corpses that are, seem to be, like, on their knees in front of the statue. I need, as Delg and Fettel enter the room, a wisdom saving throw, please.
Got you.
No.
14.
Okay. Delg, you feel compelled to go towards this statue. It is the most interesting thing in the world. This is a stronger feeling than before. The primary purpose of your life now is to stand and honor this statue.
Okay, well then I head towards the statue.
Okay.
Everybody's gonna follow.
Fettel, you did feel the effect, but you were able to brush it off. I also need a wisdom saving throw from everyone.
Like in just
Another one, right?
everyone?
Yes, another one.
Ash's dice coming in clutch.
Yay.
Yep, now I get a 19.
26.
Okay.
Got 24.
Awesome. Thanks.
16.
Me too.
Hey.
So Delg is starting to walk through the door, takes the statue in, and immediately starts walking towards it. So Delg, you can move your token. Fettel, you resist, and if everyone else is just following behind, Varys, are you going to go next?
Yeah. I'm also concerned that Delg just took off and went the wrong way. But yeah, I guess I'm coming in.
As soon as you cross the threshold and take a look at Delg and the statue, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
That one's a 19.
Okay. You feel like you can almost resist it, but that statue's real pretty.
Fuck.
Can Fennel try and like stand in front of him? Try and
Sure.
block his path.
You can, Fettel. However, Ferris and Delg, as I said, your primary goal in life now is to honor
Yeah.
the statue.
Fiddle, what are you doing? Get out of the way. I have to go look at this.
You don't. You absolutely don't. I know what's going on. Hey, Delg, step the fuck away from that.
As he kneels down.
Now that you
I
are
must-
at the statue, you cannot willingly move away from it.
I have to get there. And I'm
We
walking
would-
past him if he's not physically restraining me.
Cascade would walk in right about now, as I feel like, because we're just kind of following up behind.
As soon as you cross the threshold, I need a wisdom saving
okay.
throw, please.
Come on.
Fettel would scream, "Don't look at the statue."
That's a 15 plus 6, 21.
You feel like you are just able to resist the effect.
Okay, do I... seeing Fettel trying to fend off folks from doing the thing, I would like to try, if with player permission, of course. Cascade thinks that this is like some sort of charm effect, and would try to counter it with a charm of her own, and would try to cast Charm Person on Varys to start, because Varys doesn't seem like under the full control. If that's okay with you, Chum?
I just think the statue is amazing, so I'm not really paying attention to what you're doing. Is it a charm effect? Because I get advantage against that, so I would get to roll again.
I gotta look real fast.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, and for the record, Chum, charm effects have a little bit of a questionable place in D&D, which is why she's asking consent.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I understand. No, I understand the reason.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't brushing it off. I was just, I don't think I would have the ability. It would kind of be like, yeah, go ahead. You know, I got to go over here and look at this thing.
Yeah, it's not a charm effect.
Okay, that's fine.
So it wouldn't break what's happening.
I mean, it wouldn't
About to
replace
find
it. It wouldn't replace a charm effect, but you wouldn't know that until you cast it.
Yeah, I mean, I would cast it anyways. It would be a wisdom save of 17.
That was a 20.
Okay.
What's
for
the charm?
31.
And you get an advantage too.
Yeah,
see,
well, I
yeah,
rolled a
you'd be
nat 20,
fine.
so.
You'd be fine. Cascade would then, if Bree hasn't walked in, Cascade would turn to like look out and Bree, there's something in here that's affecting the mind. Be cautious. A statue. It would be best not to look. It seems to have Varys and Delg under its control.
What she said.
Bree is going to close her eyes and walk through the door.
As soon as you pass through the threshold, I need a wisdom saving throw, please.
Fuck me up, Daddy.
It is such a pretty statue. It deserves all of your worship and time.
So that would be.
Realizing that it doesn't have anything to do with sight, as Bree, I'm sure, is moving in that direction. Don't have time to cast detect magic.
I mean, while you're thinking, can I get a wisdom saving throw from everyone, please?
Sick.
Ugh.
29.
That's a 7.
29.
16.
12 again.
Cascade, there's something that you experienced outside when you were being pulled toward that statue. That felt like dirty. Like it wasn't Like once you came to, you're like, I can't believe I did that. You feel that feeling kind of intensifies a little bit, but that's about it. That's all you feel.
Okay, I'm going to try and focus on the statue and cast Dispel Magic on the statue
Okay.
at 3rd level.
Did I really close? Yeah. Damn you. I have to bring that up again. At 3rd level. Okay. Can you ping Dispel Magic for me again, please?
Yeah.
Cool. So, I need you to make an ability check with your spellcasting ability. 3rd level does not immediately stop it. It is higher.
Come on, Cascade, roll big. Yours is intelligence, right?
Yeah, so that's a 16 plus 4, dirty 20.
That's gotta do it.
It's a little more than you needed. There's a little more juice to it than you needed, but not much more. You are able to reduce the effects of whatever spell was cast onto this particular object.
What's the effect on my companion?
It breaks them from their grasp.
Okay.
Oh. I don't think we came this way before, Delg.
Caw. You didn't. Caw.
But it's...
Yeah.
I recognize where we're at, though.
Yeah, but we need to be on the lower level. We need to get out of this room.
That door would go to the center where the stairwell was. We're pretty close.
That's fine. Let's go. Let's get the hell out of this room.
I'll go to the door like I wanted to in the first place.
All right, everybody back in order here.
You mean this door right here?
Yeah. Open sesame.
Cool. All right.
It's
So
where I think it is.
let me move everybody else in here. Cascade, you're over here. Listen, you don't have to wait for me. You can move. Yeah. So through this doorway, opening the giant amber doors, you see what appears to be an archer's post with an arrow slit overlooking the giant temple chamber with the statue.
This does not appear to be a room with stairs descending, as you have said. Should we not follow the path that you originally took instead of exploring new rooms?
Strange new worms. Seeking out new life.
Yes.
New secrets.
Seekless.
Doug will sigh, kneel down, touch the ground, and stone shake the floor out right inside the doorway.
Say which floor? Which door?
Right there.
Okay. What are you trying to do? You trying to go down?
Yeah. Hoping that it's not more than 5 feet thick.
Okay. So mark off your spell slot as a 5 foot by 5 foot by 5 foot pit is created right in front of the door.
Maybe I'm just done. Okay, I obviously don't know where we're going then because I thought this was the way.
Ferris, do you recall the way?
We can just jump off the ledge.
I believe we went down the center staircase the last time. Although I was with Delg, I thought there was a staircase down the hall, but I guess not. I remember passing the room with the Castle Ravenloft model in it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't remember where we went from there.
I do. The hope is not here to convey that.
But yeah, we need to go. We need to get down one level.
Are we to take the pit?
I mean, is it just a hole 5x5x5? There's no hallway or anything that it opened up into. Okay,
Nope.
so we need to go back out the door we just came in and either drop down or go back the way we came and go down the center staircase.
Okay. I would much rather take stairs rather than descend a 30-foot drop. That's just my
agree.
personal preference.
There were no threats. I don't see why we would take the additional time. Let us just continue the way we need to go back.
Yep. All right, so we can fast forward back to the main stairway, I guess, unless there's something waiting for us in the hallway.
Now you can fast forward back to the stairway. Where exactly are you going from the stairway?
To the right, straight to the treasure room,
To the right, straight to the treasure room. Do you remember
which
where
should
the
be
treasure
over
room
here,
is?
right?
Yeah, the treasure room is underneath here, right? Underneath this platform.
Okay, so you're going down those stairs then, is what you're telling me.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. So,
Where this is the stairwell I slid down with my shield.
yes, it is.
I remember that part.
Yeah, these doors right here.
You can see further
oh.
than I can.
Also, there was a big amber golem
Yeah.
guarding this before.
I mentioned that. The bird.
So, this particular room here, for those who have not seen it before, I will share with you a description. This room has 4 black marble columns that support the vaulted ceiling 60 feet above. The statue at the north end has a figure in like flowing robes, and you can see that the hands look like they're in the middle of casting a spell. There is an ominous statue that stands in an alcove to the left and the right. One of them has been partially collapsed. You can see them here and here. That's the collapsed one. And here, I know only Varys can see that one. But they're kind of in 4 little areas in the big room. You can see that there are arched hallways leading to the left and the right away from this room, as well as the 2 doors in the back of the room. And the statues look like robed human wizards with pointed hats and golden staffs. Are you heading straight for the treasure room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm upset at myself for wasting so much time on a spot where I thought I knew I was going.
Cool. Can I get a wisdom saving throw from you all, please?
No, thank you.
32.
That's a 9, y'all.
20.
16.
That's my third 12 in a row
Oh no.
for the hat trick.
Oh no. You
Uh,
got a turkey and bowling.
that feeling just intensified a little bit for you, sir. Or Cascade.
I think if that happened, like the Cascade would say something. Something feels wrong. Something's not right. There's this growing sense of disgust with myself.
It only gets worse the longer you stay.
What is
Yeah.
it?
The Ember Temple.
When I was here, I felt like my insides were crawling around inside me.
Understood. We should just keep moving then, yes?
Yes, the faster we finish what we came here to do and leave, the faster it will go away.
Understood. Okay.
So, as I believe I recall, y'all broke down this door.
The bird broke it down. I made a hole in it for us to walk through because it was a really big door. And then the golem inside left the room, and then went around to us.
So in this room, you can see the same 6 piles that were there before, that were filled with different trinkets and treasures and gold. This time, the piles of gold are in each of the 6 piles. So each of the 6 piles are shimmering golden coins. And the piles themselves are stacked up almost as high as Delg.
We never emptied our bags in the first time we were here.
Does anybody... Sarah's probably the most likely, or Ash. The Taroka reading that we got that said something about collecting something from in here. I can't seem to find it. I thought I had it.
Let me grab my other notebook. Stand by.
Hang on, you don't need to.
Varys, why don't you see if you see anything magical so far?
What
Good
you seek
idea.
lies in a pile of treasure beyond a set of amber doors. That's
Okay,
it.
so it was very general. Okay, yep, I'll cast Detect Magic. And,
Blinded.
should cover the whole room.
You walk in.
Nothing pings.
I'd like to walk in.
I would
I
have
don't
to
see the
step
golem,
in
right?
one more, or 2 more squares
Yeah,
to get the back
you
2 piles.
If you guys step in, that's fine. Here, you're in the
Yeah,
room.
absolutely.
Still nothing?
Still nothing.
Okay.
Can we get through the tunnels in the back? That's where I'm headed.
Wait. What you seek lies in a pile of treasure beyond a set of amber doors.
Delg, as you head toward the back, you can see through into the other room. But it seems like people are still doing things in this room, so we'll get to that in a second.
Yep.
Just so, is it just coins, or is there other things scattered in these piles?
It looks like just coins. I mean,
Okay.
you could go over and look at them a little bit more closely if you'd like to find out more.
Varys, be careful.
Yes, but
What are you
Something-
doing, Varys?
something we need is in one of these piles.
Why is that?
What do
How
you mean,
many-
why?
How many amber doors have we went through?
These are the
Every-
only piles of treasure that we found behind a set of amber doors.
We didn't open every amber door. We
But
just
we
found a
could
brand
check-
new spot that we went to that we've never been before.
Certainly, Delg, but perhaps we could try to search the piles of treasure that we do find?
He can detect magic. I mean, unless we're looking for a coin. I mean, that's possible, sure. A non-magical coin.
There's something wrong with this place. It's suppressing magical energy. I had troubles casting cantrips in the blizzard. Your sword isn't responding to your requests.
And are we so certain that what you seek is magical? Could it not be something inert?
Well, go ahead and search because as we said earlier, the longer we're here, the worse it gets. You're about to search 6 piles of 4-foot
But-
tall coins.
Delg, the first Taroka reading we ever got was 100% accurate. Why are you discounting this one?
Because it doesn't say in the treasure room or anything of the sort. It says just behind amber doors. We also came here to fix the vessel so we can lock
Right,
him
but-
back up.
We might need whatever this is referring to do that.
I understand that, and that's why I said go ahead and search. I was just asking to make sure you understood that
Yeah.
it was very
Time
quite
is of
vague.
the essence. Yeah.
Okay. Yep, I understand that.
Speaking of
Trust
time,
me, I understand it more than anyone else here.
Speaking of time, could I get a wisdom saving throw again, please?
That's better. That's a dirty 20.
29. Oh, Bree.
12.
Beautiful bean.
5.
Bree, that
This-
feeling you had before of the pull seems to intensify and kind of fill you with a little bit of...
We'll
unease.
just say one last time though, searching through 4-foot pile of gold coins looking for something you don't know what you're looking for.
Is it better than not looking for anything that we're supposed to find?
Go fix the vessel that's on the other through these tunnels.
How are you going to do that?
As you looked me dead in the eyes and said, we have someone here who can stone shape. Then we had to do a ritual to get someone back in here.
Right. And how are we going to do the ritual?
Bree knows how to do it. Right, this was your plan from the get-go.
I am searching this pile of treasure to my left for something out of the ordinary, out of place.
The pile itself, if you'd like to fully search it, will take 5 minutes.
Okay.
So
how many of us are there?
I'm feeling lucky. Number 1 is my lucky number.
The other thing I'd like to point out is that as you reach out to start doing it, and pick up the first coin and actually look at it. First of all, it's way lighter than you thought it was going to be. And, like, part of it flecks off as you touch it. I did not say your name. I'm so sorry. Part of it kind of peels off, and you can very easily put together that they are gold-painted wooden chips.
Okay.
All of them.
Well, since they're so light, it should take less time, right?
5 minutes to get
It's
through
wood.
the stack.
If it's wood, then you can burn it.
So we might burn whatever in it. I know I'm doing the same thing, Ketchy. I'm like, how do we sort through these faster? Can we make them float? Can I blow them around? What can we do?
Oh, that's so cool. I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, Cascade's going to gesture to Fettle and Bree. Perhaps we can each take a pile. Delg, I know time is of the essence if you would like to help. And she's going to make sure not to use her actual hands as much as possible, but mage hand. Just try to, like, push stuff around.
Yeah, I'll cast Mage Hand too to help.
She's going to move over to pile 6.
So one of you's taking 1, one of you's taking 6.
I've got 4.
Bree and Delk.
What I didn't know. I'm gonna cast Wind Wall on 2 and 3.
Okay.
Just scatter them everywhere. That's exactly what I was thinking. I just didn't have the right spells prepared.
Whoops. That's not what I wanted you to display.
Yeah.
You.
Okay.
50 feet long, 15 feet high, 1 foot thick. I'm gonna make it so that it stays in the corner. But my thought that wooden chips are a lot lighter than anything else, so. But at least it blows it all laying out.
You could do 1, 2, and 3, and I'll go over to 5.
You already looked through 1.
This is everybody's starting to look through. It's gonna take
you
about
picked
5
1,
minutes.
so I
Alright.
went over to 2 and
Right.
3, and I cast Wind Wall on 2 and 3.
Yeah, but if
I mean-
you can make an argument that you could say I can get all 3 of these, and then Jairus
Okay,
would
yeah.
go over to 5.
Yeah,
So
I'll take 1, 2, and 3 then.
you have managed to come up with a way to search all 6 piles with 5 of you. Congratulations. Casting Wind Wall, it still takes you guys the better part of 5 minutes to
Yeah,
get
I gotta wait on them.
through these piles. Mage hands furiously digging through as much as you're willing to touch this stuff, digging through. Have you ever seen like those booths where you get in and they turn the air on and there's money everywhere? So that whole side of the room is basically that, but it's wooden coins floating around. And Del, with his superior perception, like there's equations floating through the air as he's trying to spot anything that's not a wooden coin in this mix of bullshit, which is why it still takes you 5 minutes looking through it. But the bigger reason that it takes you 5 minutes looking through it is that what you're looking for is in none of those 3 stacks. In fact, it is Fettle who finds it. At the very bottom of that stack, there is a small, almost pocket-sized book that has no words on or any sort of decoration or anything on the outside or the spine or the cover. Do you pick it up and do you open it?
Shit. I had a thing and then I lost it because there's just too many things for this paladin to do. I was gonna do a detect good and evil thing on it. I just can't find it. I know I just saw it. It exists in here somewhere.
I've been using the search bar on it.
I mean, if you know you have it, it's fine.
Yeah, it exists. Yes, divine sense.
There you go.
So divine sense detects creatures, if I'm
Fuck.
mistaken.
Never mind then. Yeah, we'll ignore that. Yeah, I'll pick it up and open it.
Okay. It's blank.
Okay. He takes the tooth of a basilisk and stabs it in the center,
Yeah.
awaiting words from Tom Riddle to appear. I found something. Not much of note.
Let Bree have a look.
Sure. Yeah. Here you go, Bree. I can hold it and open it for if you'd like. If you don't want to touch it, but that's up to you.
So who's looking at the book?
Bree, are you all right?
I am uncomfortable.
I know. I am too. Can you look at this book and see if you see anything written in it?
Bree will look at the book.
Fiddle's just gonna stand there and hold it open for her.
It's empty. Blank pages.
Perhaps its use will become clear as we continue.
You might be right. Delg, to the next room.
Yeah, I mean, after doing my wooden coin tornado, I'd head towards the back of the room.
Battle, might I see that book?
Yes, of course. You'll hand it over.
Cascade would take the book and summon her magic quill, and try writing just an X on one of the pages of the book. Just top right, like open first page, top right corner, little X.
As the ink touches the page, like you see the X for a couple seconds, but then it immediately fades to nothing.
I have an idea, but I can try to do it as we walk. And following, Cascade would write in the book. She read too many adventure novels as a kid. She would write, hello, is there anyone there?
About a second and a half behind your script, the ink disappears. As you are moving forward and writing this, Delg, you begin squeezing your way through that little area and feel yourself hit a wall that isn't there.
I can't go any further. I don't see, like, I can't see anything. Can I see into the room?
And I will say there is one thing about the room that looks different. Otherwise, it's the same as you remember from before. The debris from the fourth sarcophagi in that room, the one that you got the lead box from, not there.
Yeah, that's why. That's great. I'll start heading back the other way since I can't get through. There's an invisible wall, but the sarcophagi that I thought was going to be in there is not there.
But the others were, right?
Yes. But the main one.
There was another door to the left behind the statue.
Yep. We can try that, but it was an invisible wall, so I'm not sure.
Well, do you not think we need to get into that chamber anymore?
Well, the whole reason I wanted to get there is I thought that's the main one we had to fix.
The one with the box.
Yeah.
Why would we have to fix that one?
I'm pretty sure it was bigger than the rest, was it not?
Slightly.
That
But
one
it wasn't-
seemed to be like the main focal.
But
probably
that
the
one
main-
wasn't holding an evil thing. Right?
I guess.
Like the others.
What was it holding?
An object that your sister has in her possession.
You let her hold on to something from this evil place.
It was not from this place,
Are you sure?
and it was a symbol most holy.
Okay.
We don't know how it got here or why it was here, but it didn't belong here, which is probably why it was encased the way it was. In a lead box.
Interesting.
That was locked until we left.
Right.
A lead box locked in the land. Doubly so. Only unlocked once you left. I see. Okay.
Alright, well, time's wasting. Let's check the... I mean, so there's two ways we can go about this. We can go back to where we started and sweep through, repairing all of the sarcophagi we broke, or we can start in the middle and...
There's no way I can repair them all today.
Right.
Is there one that should be repaired as a priority?
I thought that was going to be it, but
I'm sure there is, but we don't know. We only touched two of them, so we only know those two. Well, one of our other party members that is no longer with us, but there were 12. Am I remembering that number right? Doug, do you know?
I thought
Might
there
have
was way
been
more
more.
than 12.
Okay. Yeah, you're probably right.
Is there no way else to get into that room? Is this the only path?
Yes. No, there was
Yeah,
a stairway leading up, which
I'll start heading that way.
I think would be the secret door. Yeah. Just follow Delg. Let's
Right?
form back up and head back over.
So it is,
to the,
Delg, you knew that it was there before. There is a secret door right there.
Yep.
So we can fast forward to that. Moving that out of the way. Behind the secret door, there is a staircase that leads up to the top, where you know there is another secret door.
Yep.
Please feel free to move all your tokens in there.
Oh. Not my secret door. As we all die. Because we went all into a small, enclosed hallway.
yeah.
It's been cool, guys.
I said I cast Fireball.
All right. So you all head up the stairs, and I'm assuming you are opening the other side of this. Have you seen what's on the other side of this room yet? I can't remember.
I don't think so.
I don't know that we
I don't think
did.
so either.
We were at the bottom of this room, so
So this room that you are in now, Cascade. This feels very much at home to you. This room looks like a stone library.
Nerd. Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
The walls in
Very
this
good.
room are 20 feet high. And the ceiling itself is vaulted at 30 feet. There's a fresco covering the ceiling that depicts angels being set ablaze in a fiery, hellish landscape. There's a black marble railing enclosing a gold marble staircase that spirals gently down a 30-foot wide, 30-foot deep shaft to the north, which you would know goes to the room below. There are gray walls and several 10-foot tall black marble bookcases, 6 in total, all filled with books. You can also see that there are embroidered rugs, chairs, lit candelabras in half the room. The books all appear to be in perfect condition.
Would like to use my secret god perception ability to scan the books and see if anything sticks out.
Sure. With your passive perception, I can easily tell you one big thing does stand out. And I need a wisdom saving throw from everybody.
One big thing stands out. You need to roll wisdom saving.
19.
21.
31.
Get it.
I'll give you one guess.
12.
No.
12.
I got 15.
Hey, you got it.
Bree,
So wild.
the feeling inside of you intensifies yet again. Yeah, so Delg, the one thing that stands out to you immediately, there are no titles on the spines of any of these books.
Oof.
Do you want to try to take one off the shelf and look at it?
Yeah. I would have to.
Taking it off the shelf and looking through it, it is blank.
What about the book we found? Still blank?
Yeah, Cascade's been holding it open, trying
Yeah,
to like
it's blank.
watch.
And there's
Okay.
been no response at all to anything you've written in there.
I'd take the empty book in my hands, bring it over to Cascade, and ask her to write something in it. See if it does the same thing at the other door.
Yeah,
Wow.
Cascade would, to whom it may concern, just on the page.
About a second and a half behind, the ink fades away. Please make an Arcana check. And remember,
I can
Yeah.
help you with that if we're discussing it. Oh, you roll at advantage anyway. Never mind.
Like it, maybe
You
they
want to
just
help
got.
me anyways?
Maybe they
I'll
just
roll
got,
my
like-
own if I can.
you can help her or roll your own, your choice.
Well, she's already
Yeah.
rolling at advantage, so.
Sure about that?
Oh, I'll help you then.
Okay.
She seems to be struggling a little bit more than you expected her to.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so glad you did. That's a dirty 20.
So, Cascade, it takes you a few minutes to really start to put together what this book is as you've been tinkering around with it. But you've heard of other wizards and scribes and a number of other people who have information that other people want, using particular systems mechanics and magic to hide information. You would know that each of these books has a specific command word that will allow you to read what's in it. And without that command word, it will be completely, encrypted. Even if you can see what's on the page.
Cascade holding the book in her hand, having this realization, is going to say Bishop. That was the card from the Chiroka reading.
That was a good guess.
Nothing happens.
What do
Uh,
you just? What's Bishop?
These books have code words, ways to trigger the information inside. It's a trick.
Only
Information.
inside? What? Get a title if?
There's no It's a way for wizards and other spellcasters to keep their secret information to themselves. Without the code word, none of these books are going to be accessible. Though I do believe that this one, and she'll tap her hand on the book. This one is somehow relevant to our cause and the reason that it was separate from the rest.
Do me a favor, try Osiris.
Yeah, holding the book, Cascade will say Osiris.
Book in your hands does not change.
Alright.
So does that only work if the person's holding the book, or if it just said, does it unlock it?
My assumption would be that it would need to be the person holding the book, but I'm not certain, as I've never cast these kinds of things myself.
You would also know, Cascade, that the only way that you could see what's on the page without having the command word would be True Sight.
If we had some way of seeing, if we had Hope's gem, we might be able to see something on these pages. I'm assuming that the glasses that we found earlier are some sort of contraption to assist. But given that we don't have them and we don't have Hope, I can't imagine that we'll get too far. As she's thinking about this too, she'll turn to the group and part of this new reading we received. I was struck by the memory, the faceless god, someone waiting for us at the end of a long winding road. That statue had no face. Is that what it meant, or was there some other reference?
I think that's what it meant. Telling us to come here.
As Cascade was mentioning Hope and the gem, I will touch her shoulder and cast True Seeing.
Damn straight.
Cascade, you see that there is a title on the front cover of the book. You see that the spine has a title on it. You see writing on every page. The only writing you are able to make out is the writing you made. The rest looks like gibberish.
I can see now. There's some kind of cipher. It's all encrypted. So I can see that there is writing, but I can't make it out. It's not like a language, it's a code.
What about the other books?
Is there a title on the book or an author?
A title certainly, but it seems all encrypted. I'm correct, right,
Yeah.
GM? Like I can't read any of it.
Okay. All of it is, okay.
And yeah, Cascade's gonna immediately turn and look at all the shelves.
Every book has a title now, but it's all gibberish.
It's all of them. They all
Also-
have code words.
Also, you see something on Delk
Where?
around his neck. The medallion that he's now wearing seems to be glowing a little bit.
Doug, what is that?
What are you talking about?
Your medallion, it's different.
The necklace I got
From the
Morning
morning.
Lord. It's the one I got.
Is there something etched on it?
It's just the symbol of the Morning Lord.
Hmm.
In case that was to the GM, I didn't know. Sorry. Shouldn't have.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Also, can I get a wisdom save for everybody, please?
21.
32.
24.
13.
Oh no.
Fettle,
no.
there's like something wrong in like your core. You're not quite sure what it is. It just seems like off-putting. It's just a hint of something. Like it's very faint, but it's there.
How much longer are we to be here?
We have to figure out what to do.
I would like to grab the necklace and attempt to think of how it is supposed to be used and try to use it.
Sure.
Recalling through my head of like other religious symbols.
You remember what you had discovered before, that it's a boon of some kind and will help you do, or help you with, or help you in some way. But I will just be completely honest. There's no roll you can make that will be able to get that information. You're rolling against a god.
Bree, the ritual you spoke of, is there any more information you have regarding its requirements or components? Code words for a book? Anything?
Let me clarify.
I mean, it's a long shot, but you said code words. I feel like Strahd came here a decent amount of time. Something associated with Strahd, like, what? Tatiana? That was,
Maybe? Yep.
his,
His focus?
yeah. I don't know if it'll be something so simple.
Cascade will say Tatiana.
Nothing happens.
Sarah the player is struggling to remember.
Okay.
But can Cascade try to recall talking with Casimir about the Amber Temple, and if there was anything that he said about the books within, because I know he had his own little library. Was there anything that he said in relation to these books?
Make a history check.
I will do this. That's a nat 20 for a 29.
Hell yeah.
You recall, as you think about
Nothing.
it, seeing the books on his shelf. And now that you're like trying to remember this specifically, you remember seeing a number of books bunched together on his shelf that had nothing on the spine. However, he did not say anything about books or code words or command words or the library in the Amber Temple. Perhaps had he lived a little bit longer.
Okay, she's gonna then reach into her bag and pull out the book that she took from Casimir's place, which I guess Delg and Varys will see. I'm trying to make sure I have the actual book that she grabbed.
I mean, while you're looking that up, can I get a
Twilight
wisdom
book?
save from everyone?
Oh no.
21 again.
20.
12.
Five.
Yeah.
The 12 and the 5. Bree and Varys. You both feel this sickening feeling. Bree, it's starting to get really strong for you. You feel as if you've ever had like a really like something really wrong inside of you, like your appendix is like having an issue, and you have that hunch, like this is pain, but this is wrong. Like there's something very wrong about this. Like I need to get to the emergency room right now. It's starting to feel like that. Ferris, you've been in this place before, and you know exactly what this feeling is. It is the beginning twinges of corruption.
Yep.
Does Sarah, the player, need help with the title?
Eclipse.
Yeah.
So Cascade pulls out Eclipse by Stephanie Myers and is holding it next to this magic book. This was at Casimir's. He had similar books like this. I'm not sure. I mean, this seems... It was like the book that Rognus had, which is why I grabbed it. But I don't know if it has any relevance here, other than Casimir had books like this and must have known. I don't recall him giving us any indication of what passcode would be.
Try Eclipse and then see if there's any notes written in the book.
Yeah, Eclipse.
Nothing happened.
And yeah, just as a quick thumb through the fourth grade reading level smut book.
There are don't seem to be any handwritten notes through the book, but you do see a number of dog-eared pages.
Oh, God help him. Okay. Cassidy's gonna snap the book shut until we have a better understanding of what a code word might be. I think this is pointless. We should continue on to the sarcophagus room.
We should check downstairs in this area just to see if anything is... Any clues, anything's different.
Yeah, Doug will head down.
Is everyone else following?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
As he goes downstairs and yell back to Cascade, try Morning Lord. He's got to try random things.
It could be as simple as the word reveal.
Yeah, Cascade's gonna be occasionally just muttering words at this book. What was... I think this is a stretch. Because this is not where we were gonna find the thing. So I think we're... Never mind, continue on. I think we're just gonna keep going.
In the base of the staircase, the golden marble staircase, leads you into a large chamber coated in amber on the walls. You can see that there are carvings and sculptures within the walls that are all carved to look like bas reliefs of kings and queens and pharaohs and sultans, all attended by just a multitude of slaves. The west, south, and east walls all contain alcoves, and crumbled on the ground in each of them are the remains of the amber sarcophagi that were once here, but were destroyed by Varus, Delg, Rognus, Magnus, Hope. This is, we're gonna break away from the narration for a second and turn this into an outside of the box encounter. Hey, Delg.
Yeah.
The specific wording on Stone Shape says that you can manipulate one object. The rubble of an amber sarcophagi is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pebbles. So, here's your encounter. How are you guys going to figure out how to repair the sarcophagi? What's your plan?
So my thought is that
This is in character. This is an actual encounter for you guys.
oh great. I just need to make a vessel, so I don't have to put together I just need an amber vessel. So
You do recall as well that the previous ones were 5 feet by 5 feet, but they were 8 feet tall.
I left my hot glue at home.
Do we know for a fact that they must retain their previous shape?
I mean, from what I recalled previously, amber isn't the only thing you could use to store it in. It just happens to be what they used here. I don't know the difference of, I don't know, maybe there's a resistance that amber has that's stronger or something. And I mean, I could try to recall better, but I don't recall it being a certain shape. Maybe just depending on how powerful the thing is, how large it is, I guess.
Would Fettel know anything about this? Anything specific in regards to the size that these sarcophagi need to be, and if it has to be amber?
You make a religion check, you can make an arcana check, you can make a history check. It'll just flavor the answer.
Okay, I'm gonna do religion.
Am I allowed to help?
21.
I mean, sure. If you're trying to
Since
figure it
we're
out.
talking about it?
Yeah, you guys are all trying to figure this out, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm proficient in religion, so.
Okay. Well, 21.
Okay, so, I mean, you have heard of objects being used to protect different people and different groups of people, like different villages and things like that. Like, if there was some sort of evil presence or spirit plaguing a village, like, there were priests that would come in and trap that spirit into something so that it wasn't bothering them anymore. And with a roll that high, you'd also know that, yes, there are many materials you could do that with, but amber is by far the most powerful and the best suited for it. As far as the size goes, it depends on what you're trying to trap.
Okay.
And based on the, experience you've had thus far with how evil this place is and what would have been kept here, it might need to be the same size, maybe smaller. It really depends on what you're trying to trap.
Got it.
Would I hopefully pull out my masonry kit and see how hard it is to chisel into the wall. Does amber break easily? Can I chisel it without stone shape?
My understanding of amber is that it is able to be chiseled. Like, it's not like diamond-like strength. And you would know that.
Right, that's...
However,
It just take me a while.
nothing you do with your hammer and chisel affects the wall at all. Not even a scratch.
What if on my chisel... Oh, hold on. Let me make sure I can still...
Bree. You, as everyone's trying to figure this out and you're kind of hanging out and looking through, you get a weird feeling. Not weird in a bad way, but in a good way. For a second, like the cold in here that's been below 0, suddenly becomes warm for just a second, like a warm breeze passed over. Kind of like a gust of wind on a spring day or something like that.
Any indication on like the direction or where that came from, or was it just like a overall feeling?
It's kind of an overall feeling, like kind of head to toe. Like, it's kind of wash over you a little bit.
So, my thought is that as we were walking through here, everything is made out of amber. That maybe we don't fix these, we just carve new ones, but I couldn't do it with my chisel. My chisel isn't magical, so maybe that's why. It's just an ordinary tool. Because we broke all of these.
I don't have anything that would serve as a replacement that's magical. Is there anything different about this room? Are the boxes still there or not? I know there were
Boxes are still
vampires
there.
in there.
There's-
Right. Are they open or closed?
They're closed. So Cascade, I forgot to mention that, and Fettle forgot to mention that. There are giant, like humanoid-sized crates, look like packing crates, in the room. There's 6
Cascade
of them.
doesn't see anything different, correct?
Huh? Cascade doesn't see anything
I
different?
have True Sight on right now.
Yeah, for an
Um,
hour.
No. The only thing that's different is the necklace around Dog's neck.
What about the passageway where I ran into an invisible wall?
There is like a shimmering force wall there.
Maybe let Delg hold the book for a minute.
Cascade will hand Delg the book.
Doug, you have a book in your hands. It does not look like anything.
Damn it.
Looks.
I'm gonna say
Anything,
Morning Lord. Like,
Nothing happened.
Delg? Now you have to get in the mind of an evil creature. They wouldn't use Morning Lord as a
why does
code
it?
word.
If this is supposed to help us, maybe it's not an evil creature. Maybe it's someone who tried to stop him, and
Well, maybe. Yeah, you might. Yeah, you're probably right.
Delg, as
If
you're.
it's,
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say if it belonged to whoever bound these things here in the first place. Well, I don't know. That could have been an evil person. I don't think they were binding those things here to like protect the world. They bound them here to harness their power, right?
could be both.
Delg, as you're having this conversation, since you've walked in, you remember the smell from before because it's very unique. You smelled nothing but rot and decay and mold and just like horrible putrid smells. For a couple seconds, you smelled flowers, like fresh flowers in like the early morning with like the night dew still on them.
I'll say Eldath.
Nothing happens.
GM, I have a question.
Yeah.
I got that spell book, and it has the encrypted spell in it.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to look at that with my True Sight eyes now. Does the encryption look the same as what I'm seeing on these other books?
You are looking at the book in front of you, right?
I'm looking at the spell book that we got from Casimir's. I transcribed all the spells, but there was the encrypted one
Mhm.
that I wasn't able to read.
Mm-hmm.
Does it look the same as this weird book that we found?
No, actually, looking at it, you can read what the spell is now.
What is the spell?
Planar binding.
Fuck.
Well,
Cascade, while I have True Sight, because it will take me 2 minutes per spell level. What level spell is that?
5?
That I don't know. Sorry.
what,
should've-
planar binding?
I think it's 5.
Planar binding is
This.
5th.
Yeah.
me make sure I know this right, 'cause I don't think it actually. I think maybe it's just a minute. Yeah, 2 minutes per split, so 10 minutes. Cascade will, seeing that she can see this, is going to start transcribing that spell into her spell book.
Okay.
And is going to call out. I don't know if this helps, but if I can prepare it and finish transcribing this spell, I'm going to be able to find things across the plains. I think that might be a component to what we need to accomplish here.
Indeed.
All right.
I don't. It doesn't help with the book that we found, but it might mean something else.
I would like to try and even though I'm not very good at this, think on all the things we have learned coming here to try and that's I'm looking for what to do next, and I'm having a hard time piecing it together myself, and I'm not sure any role is going to help with that, but
Maybe we could just talk it through. So
yeah.
we've got sarcophagus. Delg can only make a 5x5 deal with stone shape, right? And we need to be 5x5x8.
Yes.
So we have a dimension issue.
As they're talking, I'm gonna kneel down and pull out my little idol and my incense and ritual cast divination.
Okay. While you're doing that, keep continuing your conversation, guys.
So that's hang up number 1. We don't know how to get the right dimensions. What are the other problem statements, for lack of a better term?
Well, whatever information is in that book
Yeah.
is undoubtedly some sort of key to what we're trying to do. Because that's what we know we have to do. We have to try to rebind the evil that escaped. So get it here somehow, and put it back in the amber. So, other than that goal, I'm not sure. The other thing that's sort of bothering me at this moment is the first card of the Troika reading. It says there's information in the dragon's house that we didn't get.
Varys, as this conversation is going on, you feel the cold leave your body all of a sudden, and it feels like the sun is beating down on you, like you're sun tanning, in the middle of the day, like when you're playing frisbee on the quad kind of thing.
Sure. Does anyone else feel that?
What? What do you mean?
I just felt. Is it continuous or is it come and go?
It just kind of hit you and then left.
Okay. I just felt like I was standing in the sun. That feeling, that warm feeling you get when you stand outside on a nice sunny day.
Right? I hope we would all.
Did no one else feel that just
feeling.
now?
No, I have to be honest, I feel like shit.
I too had a similar experience, but not when you did.
What was But was it like you were standing in the sun?
Similar. A warm feeling.
Anyone else?
As you look around the room, asking anyone else, you see Delg doing his usual divination ritual. But Varys, you and possibly Fettel are the first to notice that it looks like Delg is hovering off the ground by like 1.5 inches. Hey Delg, when you do this,
That's new.
Do you kneel on your knees?
Yeah.
When you pray?
Yes.
What are you asking? What's your prayer?
I am asking Eldath, the code to unlock this book is what I wanted to know.
Okay. As the 10 minutes pass and Delg is making this plea to Eldath for an answer, you all see his... Once you notice that he's like 1.5 inches off the ground, any attempts that you would make to interrupt or talk to him go completely on deaf ears. And over the course of the 10 minutes, he just keeps kind of rising up off the ground. And he kind of stabilizes at maybe like 6 inches off the ground. In addition to that, Cascade, you notice that the amulet around his neck seems to be glowing brighter and brighter over time. And about halfway through your request, Delg, you get a brief vision of graduation day. And sitting in the auditorium with Varys and Fenjor and Phelan, and listening to the commencement speech. And then you suddenly feel as if whatever connection you've ever experienced before with Eldath is suddenly and inextricably intensified and amplified. Like, there feels to be a direct connection right now. Can you make a perception check for me, please, Mr. Perception?
27.
So you realize a couple things. The amplification does seem to be coming from a direction. It's as if someone or something is amplifying your prayer. It is not a natural effect. Higher than a 25, you also noticed that the direction seemed specific, but also sourceless. Like, you can tell where it came from, but it feels like it's coming from everywhere. And the general and specific directions are down. Like, way down. Much farther down below than you are right now. And about halfway through your prayer, you start to feel a feedback of energy, and it's at this point that the rest of you start to see him glowing in a similar fashion to the way that the medallion does.
I'm evolving.
As the 10 minutes comes to a close, the glow fades on both the medallion and Delg, except his hands seem to still be glowing. Delg, as you come out of this divination ceremony, you feel like you got your answer to your question, but you feel like you've been given something much more, but you're not quite sure what.
My hand's still going.
Yes.
Fettel's gonna turn towards Breed. Does he normally glow like the sunlight?
Not usually.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, I feel like I should know more than what I feel like I know now. The only thing that comes to mind is Morningstar. So I will say Morningstar. Angelo Morningstar, maybe, even if Morningstar didn't work. As I'm looking at the book.
Nothing triggers.
Yeah.
You can also make an Arcana or a Religion check if you'd like, about why your hands are glowing. And does anyone else have any reactions?
Because Cascade's going to be finishing transcribing the spell about the same time that his prayer ends. And she's seen him cast divination before. So as she's finishing up her notes and kind of like, okay, is going to look up and see that Delg's just got two glowy hands. She's going to... Delg, what's going on with your hands?
Have
And
an
I would love
18
to
religion.
roll Arcana if I can.
Yeah, go for it.
Varys, why is his hands looking like that? That's me asking for help.
Yep, you got it.
Oh, hell yeah. That's a 17 plus 5.
Okay. So, between the two of you, you can work out a couple things. One, for lack of a better phrase, Delg has been empowered.
Yeah.
He's got his solar super.
His super's charged up.
Yeah.
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 And Cascade, you specifically, could you could put together that it's probably going to affect him and what he can do in some way, but you're not sure exactly what. But Delg, to you, it feels similar to when you channel the energy from Eldath and you're casting spells.
Maybe that's how we solve our dimension problem with the things. Little
really-
extra juice.
Doug, earlier you mentioned Morningstar. Why did you do that?
I had a vision of when I graduated, and during our graduation, Morningstar gave a speech. I asked Eldath for the code to unlock this book.
The voice when we first arrived here. That was him. The one that told us to be courageous and have faith. That was Angelo Morningstar. Do you remember what his speech was about on your graduation day?
Yeah, she does not remember.
I got a 13 on the history check to try to remember.
Pretty similar message.
19.
Pretty similar message.
He was cut off when he was trying to speak to
Yeah.
us, encouraging us to trust. Do you know what that could have been?
Yeah, was there anything about trust in that speech? I don't...
For the rolls that you've made, not that you can recall.
Okay, I'm just gonna do this.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Love it when Delg says, I'm just gonna do
No.
this. I'm just gonna jump off this bridge, it's fine.
Yeah, the one that I destroyed.
It's
No.
chill.
What are you gonna do? I'm just gonna do this.
What you gonna do, buddy? What you gonna do with all that, Joe? Oh, side Joe troll.
No, I don't. I'm gonna use my inspiration because that's what I can use for it.
I will give you. You can exchange your inspiration for me telling you what you need to do.
All right. Yeah.
You feel okay with that?
Yeah. I mean, that's what it's used for, right?
Mm-hmm. Delg, what was your original plan?
To stone shape at least the main one that's gone to fix the sarcophagus, but all of them in general.
Okay, so if you're going to
So
fix
that
them
we
all in
can-
general, why don't you try that now? Just try to fix one.
Okay, yeah, so I'll go to the one in the west and attempt to restore it.
So the rest of you watch as Delg goes over, wordlessly, silently, and begins to cast Stone Shape. And watch as his hands begin to glow even brighter, and the light kind of trails up his arms even further. You watch as every single piece of rubble lifts off the ground and starts floating there in space, and then begins swirling around on itself, and pieces of it start putting itself back together. It takes a little bit of time. It's about 5 minutes of you sitting there, a little bit less than. But at the end of that 4 to 5 minute time span, you have completely reformed the westernmost sarcophagi at its full shape, 8 feet tall, 5 feet by 5 feet. It is important to note, you don't feel like you've lost any energy whatsoever. You do not expend that spell slot.
Well, then I don't waste any time.
Do it again. Do it again.
Okay. Is your intent to go through and do them all?
Yes.
Okay. There are 21 total.
Oh,
I
we're
was
missing
close.
one, right?
12, 21.
Yeah, it was a
My
lot.
dyslexia.
Yep, exactly. Exactly. So,
We're missing one, correct? one that
you
was
are
in the
missing the
middle?
one that was in the middle, yes.
Okay.
But there are 21 others. There's 7 rooms, each have 3. In order for you to do this, with the cast time of just under 5 minutes, it will take you the better part of an hour to get all 21. Is it your intent to do that?
Yes, I would suggest that people who are not feeling well leave the temple, though. Because knowing it's going to take that long.
Fettle would not leave.
I'm not leaving you in here. Sorry.
Well, you know what the issue is.
And I
Right,
also
and-
know that it's survivable.
Depending
Don't
on how
worry.
bad you get hit.
Keep working.
I am.
Cascade.
We got
gonna-
travel
yeah.
time between the rooms.
Yeah, I know.
Sure. So, here's what I'll do. I will say, during your travel time, you are going to have to pass by one other area where something odd will happen. The rest of this facility, unless you guys want to like really dig in and spend extra time, there's nothing of note. Everything that
No,
was here before seems to be gone. So you will pass by during this process the 2 hallways that have mirrors in them. For strategic legal purposes, we're going to say this is the hallway that it happens in.
The hall where it happened.
Yeah.
This
I
hallway.
remember this hallway.
So, different from the last time, but new for Fettle and Bree and Cascade. As you pass by this hall, glancing in the mirrors, you notice that your reflection is not moving with you. It seems to be moving independently of itself, and all of your reflections seem to trying to get your attention. So the first question is, do you give it to them?
Yeah.
Yeah, Varys does.
Bree does, Delgan, and Cascade.
Breewood, yep.
Yeah.
I'm interested in if mine. Yeah, I give them my attention.
Okay, so collectively, you are all then trying to figure out what they are trying to communicate. If you recall, they can't speak and they talk in mime. So, the first thing, because I gotta find this real fast. The first thing that they all seem to be trying to communicate is put it.
Do they try to speak?
No, they don't. They know they can't speak.
My question, the reason I asked is because last time I wasn't.
He can
as
read
observant.
lips.
I know.
I wasn't
Yeah.
as observant.
That's what I was hoping too. I was gonna say, what's the code word for this book? And Cascade, look at what they're saying.
Yeah.
Or dog.
Sorry, I can't find the hallway. Where is it? 4. Oh, there it is. They all seem to be doing something about, like, pointing to their heads and then making, like, crossing gestures. One of them shaking their head no. Cascade, your reflection is pointing at at her head and the book, and then, like, pretending to tear the book up.
The secret ebook?
No, your
The
book. Your tome.
my spell book.
Yeah.
Fuck.
So, I mean,
Does my reflection have glowing hands?
your reflection does not have glowing hands. So, they're trying to communicate something to you. That is what they're starting with. You can say things back and try to get them to clarify.
So they're pointing to your head. Yeah, don't listen to the voices in our head.
They all simultaneously, in unison, shake their head no.
Are you saying that my magic doesn't work?
They all simultaneously shake their head no. They point to, you all watch as they all turn to Cascades, and Cascade takes the book and, like, mimes reading it, and then puts the book on her head, and then takes the book off and tears it up and shakes her head no.
Okay, so I just want to clarify something. The book that you're referring to is Cascade's
tome, her awakened tome.
personal spell
Yes.
book. Okay.
Sorry.
I'll hold. No.
Or the magic book that floats around. Is that the same thing?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
thing.
Okay. I didn't know that. All right. So, reads the book, puts it on her head, then mimes tearing it up, and then shakes head no.
As you repeat that, Cascade's reflection nods, and then points at the book, and then points at her head.
Do you
Memorize.
remember it?
Memorize her spells? No.
Does she not need the book anymore?
Awakened mind.
It doesn't know how to answer that.
Okay.
Are you talking about the awakened mind within the book?
I love this, but I hate it. I'm not good at it.
I
think it's really cool,
Cascade's
but-
gonna look at it, look at the reflection. You know I can read lips, right?
With a solemn expression on their face. Yes.
Unfortunate.
What does this mean?
They all arrange themselves in, like, an orderly fashion, like in, like, 3 rows of 2, and the book is, like, floating around between them, and they all seem to be mimicking, like, writing on a desk. And then they all mimic handing something to the book, and then the book seems to, like, angrily throw all the papers back at them one by one, and then each of them looks very sad.
A teacher?
A classroom.
A professor?
They indicate silently that you're on the right
Wait.
track.
Is it something to do with whoever taught Cascade magic?
They all kind of look between each other. They look back and shake their head no, and then they look
No,
between each other, and then each of them in turn does the same thing, but in different ways. They raise their hands up, like they're doing, like, marionettes and puppetry.
Morningstar.
And then they, like,
Puppetry?
indicate their eyes and then
Okay.
cover them.
So we're blind to the puppet master? No.
They all shake their head yes, emphatically.
Okay. So we are blind to whoever's controlling us or the situation. Blind to the puppet master.
They go like this, as if indicating everything you just said.
Okay.
Who's the puppet master then? Like,
your passive perception is enough to see that they start to like go to do something and then stop, as if they can't.
Being prevented.
I
I want to go back to the book pantomime for a second. Cascade. So I'm going to just directly ask, do you want Cascade to destroy her spell book? No. Okay.
Cascade,
we already asked that.
Literally, the whole group has to hold Cascade off as the reflection charges the mirror.
Is there something Cascade has in her spell book that she doesn't know about?
No, they all shake their head no.
Okay. Sorry.
One of them steps forward. It would probably be Bree's reflection. And in very like specific indications, would point to all of you, kind of in general, and then would point to her head, and then would point to all of you in general, and then indicate no, and then point to her head again.
are we not real and we're really on the other side of that wall trying to tell fake us that we're not real?
No, we. Are you trying to indicate that we know something collectively? We don't know something.
They all emphatically shake their head yes.
We don't know something. We're missing something. We are all missing something.
Is it something in Bree's head? No. Okay.
They point to all of you.
We're missing something. Something.
It's been
all of
removed.
us.
Something's been removed?
They question for a second and then shake their head no.
Is it something that they have all encountered before, or have yet to find out?
There's a hesitation, and then the reflections of Delg and Varys both point to Delg and Varys.
Delg and Varys know. Or did know.
Was that something here in the temple?
They're hesitant to respond, and they say yes, and then no, and then yes. They kind of collectively again begin doing something. They pantomime one person like sitting down, and another person is like behind them and kind of looking over their shoulder.
So someone is watching everything we do, trying to control what we do. No. Blind to the puppet master.
The one that's standing behind mimics doing this.
Halo.
The abbot? An angel? Another angel?
They shake their head no.
Okay.
Was
Halo.
it-
The other people who aren't involved are pointing towards the one behind that mimicked the halo. Fettel, what were you gonna say?
Was it something to do with the people that founded this temple?
They shake their heads no.
Is it Morningstar?
They shake their head yes tentatively. They seem to shuffle again, and you see a number of them praying, and then all of a sudden, their face and eyes light up, and there is an expression that they have. Anyone proficient in insight can make a check to see if they can tell what the expression is.
16.
17.
Both of you.
23.
Both
Thanks,
of you
Bree.
are able to tell kind of that it's a general expression of like, it's a positive thing. It's not like fear or anything like that. But Bree, you very, very much recognize this expression. It is an expression of hope.
Hope is the puppet master. I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding.
They shake their head no, and then they kind of look between each other, confused for a second, and then a couple of your reflections, it would probably be Fettle and Cascade and no, it would be Fettle and Cascade. Your reflections mimic whatever your nighttime ritual was. Like getting into bed and like covering yourself up and laying down at night to go to sleep.
Okay.
Huh. Something about a dream that we've had or shared.
Is Eldath behind this?
Your reflection shakes its head no. Hesitates. No.
Is it something that we might have encountered prior to this? Myself prior to meeting this group, and same with Cascade?
Your reflection, Fettle, nods yes, and then points to you, and then mimics the prayer again, and then mimics, like, hugging himself, and, like, falling asleep almost. It's you, so you would recognize that this is an expression of, like, comfort and warmth and security.
Okay. Is it something to do with my home, or those that took me in after I left?
They pray again.
Okay.
The so they pointed to Delg and I earlier about something we've forgotten. There was a whole thing in there about stuff that either we were forgotten or memories that were taken from us or something like that.
They seem to be ignoring your efforts to talk about this. They seem to be solely focused right now on Fettle and Cascade.
Okay.
So it's sorry, Fettle. I got lost for a moment. What was the line of questioning you were asking then?
Sure. I was asking if it was something to do with either of us prior to meeting the group. It gestured something about praying and feelings of comfort. So I asked if it was my home, or perhaps the place that took me in afterwards.
Is it our families?
Points at Fettel. All 6 of them. They're all
His
5 of them.
family. Hope.
So hope.
Or-
They all pray.
I see. Okay.
And then the 2 of yours do the same kind of motion of like laying in bed and getting comfy for a good night's sleep at your home.
Is Hope back at her home?
They look at you, Varys, and
No.
shake their head no. But
Okay.
it's not a tentative no, it's almost like finally they're starting to look along the right direction a little bit.
Okay.
You said something about puppet masters. Is my sister with puppet masters?
All 5 of them
All of
ignore your
this.
question.
Fine.
Do we have to get Hope back from where she is? No.
They
okay.
shake their heads no. Can
This-
Fettel
oh.
and Cascade give me just a general perception check? Or no, give me a history check.
Okay.
That's a 16 plus 9 there, boss.
Okay.
25.
I got a 3.
Okay, so Cascade. It suddenly dawns on you, and you remember the last time you felt the way that your reflection is mimicking. It was the last time that you and your mom felt safe.
You're talking about a sense of safety. You're talking about hope. You're talking about praying.
No, they.
Yep,
They
I understand. Yeah, I understand. You're talking about before Angelo Morningstar.
They shake their heads no, and they point down at the ground.
What is down there?
They shake their head no at you.
Great.
Now.
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 Hope is
Shake their
safe.
heads yes.
Okay.
Delg, as you say that, they shake their
What
heads
do you-
yes. Delg said hope is safe. They
Okay.
shake their heads yes, and you watch all of their shoulders relax, and slowly they fade, and the mirror is not reflecting any of you anymore.
Okay.
Battle visibly relaxes.
So that happened as you were going through and repairing all of the other things over the hour. So the hour span repairs all of the sarcophagi. What's the last room you do? There's 3 on the left, 3 on the right, and the 1 in the center.
Well, we did the center one already, right? That was first.
Did you do the
Is
whole
that right?
center one or just the first? Just the one?
Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Good question.
So, as I'm doing these, do I feel like the power is slowly fading?
No.
I'm afraid that if I finish, I'm gonna lose what I have, and I want to go down.
Okay.
I would like to, before I finish, stone shape a stairwell down,
Okay. So
straight down.
as you go to the ground and go to stone shape the staircase, it works. You feel that there's a depletion of energy inside you. You do lose that spell slot.
All right. In that case, then I will complete all of them, and I will finish probably just center.
Center room?
Yeah.
Cool. Above the table, I'd like to thank you for making this easier on me. Where are you guys? Gotta move the book out of the way. Yes, I put other things in here so that you did like one at a time. Anyway, as you finish the last of these areas. Interesting. Why are you not doing that? Come here. the overlay is not updating. There it is. Got it. As you finish the last of these, you all feel static in the air. And start to hear this roar and rumble. And the air within this chamber starts to smell like stale and a little acidic. Is anyone having any sort of reaction to this happening?
Does it feel like the static that we encountered when Dorian would be sending things through to attack us?
That is the same static that you have felt every time a portal or a tear has opened.
When the Morning Lord came in. But this one's... I'd get my shield and sword ready.
Is everyone else doing?
Is this familiar to Fettle at all?
Slightly.
Slightly?
But you can't tell why.
Okay. I would be looking to everyone else to see their reactions and...
I'm
Ready.
holding an Eldritch Blast in case some horrible monster comes through some portal.
Okay.
Tight.
Beer Cascade do anything?
Cascade's gonna be holding her spellbook, but she's not readying an attack yet.
Yeah, Bree is just kind of looking around and getting prepared, but not actively preparing anything, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mechanically not preparing anything.
Absolutely. In front of you, at the base of the stairs, exactly where the fourth sarcophagi used to be, as you expect, a portal rips through.
No,
Anything come out of it?
no, we're supposed to go in it. It's cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, but I don't really want to. But if nothing's coming out... So that happens, as Delg finishes the last sarcophagus, this thing starts crackling and then opens.
The static starts to build as the last sarcophagi is finished.
Are his hands still glowing?
They are beginning to fade.
You know what?
I think we have to
I'm gonna go
through
in.
that.
I'll
I'm
look
with
back.
my man.
I'll look
I'm
back.
with my man Delg.
Wish me luck, and I'm gonna go through the portal.
Delg is gone.
Fettle was following
Yeah,
immediately.
Varys is right behind him too.
I need to know who's first and who's second of the two of you.
I was right next to Delg, so unless
Okay.
Go ahead.
Varys made the jump, Fettle would just rush right in.
You can go first. Varys be third.
Okay.
Bree and Cascade, who's going first?
All right, Bree, I can bring up the last. We'll need to catch up with Del.
Bree will go in third, fourth, whatever that is, fourth.
And Cascade.
I will follow up.
Shortly before you go through the portal, Cascade, you hear the same voice in your head again, echoing and slightly reverberating. And I have DM'd you what it says. One by one, you all go through this portal that has ripped open in the heart of the Amber Temple. And one by one, you emerge on the other side to find yourselves in much different surroundings than before. Bree, Fettle, and Cascade. The darkness and the oppressive weight of evil that marked just about every passing second since you started coming close to this temple feels like it's been lifted. And as the three of you kind of take a moment to look around and orient yourselves to your new surroundings, there is a single thing about where you are that causes goosebumps, or the Warforged equivalent of goosebumps, to wash over your skin from head to toe. And that single thing is, you are alone. There is no one there with you. Delg and Varys. The kind of fog of despair that you've been enduring up to this point, Delg, not much, because you have succeeded every single check, seems to slam down on you all at once with a sudden intensity, as if some unknown source of powerful evil is suddenly right next to you. And as you each look around, you find yourselves standing shoulder to shoulder in the same room. Across from you, there are 3 figures. First, you see a twisted, mangled, grotesque, and monstrous humanoid-ish figure. And at first, this thing is unrecognizable. But from the clothing, as well as the other 2 people who are in the room, you can easily deduce that this is Dorian. At his side, the woman you've seen with him previously stands, with her one arm draped across the back of his neck, and her other arm and her hand pressed against his chest, and a smile across her face. And third, behind them, perfectly motionless, is Angelo Morningstar. That, my friends, is where we end tonight's session.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Just to recap, Delk and Varys, you are still in a very evil place, and together, everyone else is somewhere else.
That's alright. Varys and I got this. You guys go ahead and go on vacation.
Yeah, take a break. Smoke them if you got them.